Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know your lane for what you saying, yo. I'm silly with my 9 milli with the Billy, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While I'm in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. I'm a nigga that'll slap you with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make you wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no lane for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See this what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Yo, 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 yo. Good afternoon, my ladies. Hey, I'm back. Well, being that I took a poll yesterday on my community wall, and you guys had said, do something else. So, I had been wanting to, as Miss Mo says, there's so many parallels between the Nassar and the R. Kelly case. So, I absolutely love the Audible app. The Audible app. Please go to audible.com if you are a person who loves to listen to books on the go or at home, just relaxing. I've actually gotten more into listening to the books than reading. I mean, I'm doing both. I still do both. Trust me. But this Audible was absolutely incredible. I recommend anybody who wants to listen to the book in its entirety. I put the link to audible.com in the description box. So if you don't have Audible, I recommend it. And also you can find the book. It's called Twisted. And it says the story of Larry Nassar and the women who took him down. And it's written and narrated, shall I say, by Mary Pilon and Carla Correa. I recommend you guys buy the book. Right now, this book is it's a sample of the book, and it's 5 hours and 9 minutes long. But I'm gonna do this in 2 parts, or maybe just leave it at 1, just to give you guys an example. But I really think I should do it in 2 parts. So that's probably what's going to happen. So this live is going to be about 2.5 hours long. Okay, guys. So I'm going to take up some of your time this afternoon. For those who are in the background listening, thank you. Put it in your ears, put it in your speaker, do your thing, whatever you got to do. And jump in the comments and let me know your comments and what you think as you are listening to the book. I will post your comments up on the screen. And every so often, I'm going to stop and, interject and have something to say. Okay? So let me say hello to everyone in the building. Nikki 6, hello, mama. Yes. This is awful. Yes, these poor girls. I love you too, mama. Hey, rocking with the truth. Okay, baby. Hey, Granny. Good afternoon, mama. Almost evening for you, right? Hi, baby. Miss me, Miss Mo. What's up, mama? Same for you. Good evening to you, baby. Who else we got in the building? T-Bam. What's up, T-Bam? Tiz. What's up, my love? OCOV in the building. Yes, we sure are. Flawless. Hi, Nisi Poo. What's up, mama? All right, so hey, Granny, I've been focusing on my brands and my mom. Awesome, baby. God bless you. Please remember that you're here, Flawless. Drop your link, okay? Drop your link to your business, please. And anyone who is a content creator, drop your links, because when people come and watch the replays, they can actually follow you. So say, this is my channel, follow me. Drop your link, okay? Please, guys. Hey, Samara. Good afternoon, mama. Okay, baby. Yes, this is perfect just for you to listen. All right. So I'm going to kind of just give you a little background before we start about Larry Nassar. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Wrong screen. Okay. Larry Nassar was born on August 16, 1963. He is a now convicted sex offender, and he was a former osteopathic physician. And for 18 years, he was the team doctor of the United States women's national gymnastic team. And that gave him access to hundreds of girls and young women whom he sexually abused. He sexually abused young girls and women. And, the USA Gymnastics covered it up. Okay. And it became a big USA Gymnastics sex abuse scandal that began in 2015. And it was alleging that Nassar sexually assaulted at least, get this, guys, 265 young women and girls under the guise of medical treatment. And his victims included numerous Olympic and United States women's national gymnastic teams gymnasts. They did a film in 2020. I believe it's still on Netflix. If you guys can go check it out too. It's called Athlete A. For those who didn't watch it, you can go watch it on Netflix. It's called Athlete A. And it's a documentary about the whole thing. Now, Nassar, He was sentenced to 60 years in federal prison on December 7th of 2017 after pleading guilty to child pornography and tampering with evidence charges on July 7th of 2017. Charged making, and he was also charged with tampering with evidence. Okay, so it's kind of like, in a sense, a little bit of kind of like R. Kelly's situation. He's being charged with making, producing videos that depicted child P, right? And also, there's evidence alleging that he also tampered with victims, right? And witnesses and intimidation. And he also tampered and made put in false evidence and stuff like that, right? Also, he obstructed justice, period, right? So these are the things that are coming up in Chicago for him, for R. Kelly. So, and that's in August 1st, guys, August 1st. May 4th is his sentencing for New York. It's coming up just in a couple of more weeks, guys. And for those who are in New York, I really wish that we can all get up that day, May 4th. Take that day off, guys. Let's meet up. Let's meet up downtown Brooklyn at the Federal Court Building. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. If you really want to do it, email me. Let me know, so we can make a plan behind the scene and meet up. Okay? May 4th. You got plenty of time to take your day off and do what you got to do for that day. Let's be there for these girls. I hope that these girls are there and that they make impact statements. I hope and pray that they are there to make impact statements and let him know how they really, truly feel and how the pain and the abuse that he has caused them hurt them. It needs to be known. He needs to know this. These girls need to heal. And that is a start. It's going to take a long time for the trauma to go away, for them to feel normal again. Dominique's doing it. She's doing it. She's leaving the past behind. She's moved on. Azriel is still learning. Faith has moved on. She wasn't too, there was a lot of, all these girls with, Lizette has moved on. But I know she still goes through it too. A lot of these girls have had PTSD behind this. Hallie Calhoun, she's moved on. She's put it in the past, but I'm pretty sure she's still, every single one of these girls will always feel something forever. These girls that dealt with Larry Nassar will always feel traumatized. Always. Something's always going to trigger them. These are feelings and things that don't go away no matter how much therapy you have. So when they say, oh, you need to go get the help that you need. You need to get the help that you need. No, it doesn't even matter how much help I get. I'm still going to be in pain. It's still going to be with me forever. So the help I need ain't really all that much help. It's just something to pass me by, get me through. But this shit stays with you forever. And if you are not a victim or a survivor, you will never understand the pain and the torture that victims go through. for the rest of their lives. So, Nassar was sentenced as well on January 24th, 2018, to an additional 40 to 175 years in Michigan State Prison after pleading guilty in Ingham County to 7 counts of sexual assault of minors. So, he was sentenced to 60 years on December 7th of 2017 for making videos and tampering with evidence. Then in 2018, he was sentenced on an additional 40 to 175 years in Michigan State Prison. One was federal, one was state, after pleading guilty to 7 counts. And then on February 5th of 2018, he was sentenced to an additional 40 to 125 years in Michigan State Prison after pleading guilty to an additional 3 counts of sexual assault in Eaton County, Eaton, Eaton County. And it says that in the unlikely event Nassar is still alive, when eligible for release from federal custody, his Eaton County sentence will run concurrently with the Ingham County sentence. So, on the orders of the judge in charge of the federal case, his state prison sentences are to run consecutively with his federal sentence, thus amounting to a combined sentence of a de facto life imprisonment without parole. So all of that rolled up together, he ain't going nowhere. He's got life imprisonment without parole. That was his sentencing. Let's see what R. Kelly's sentencing would be. Because we know that the minimum is, I believe, 10 years or 20 years, up to 90 years for New York alone. Okay? So let's see what his sentencing will be. Okay, so Nassar, being that he's incarcerated, he spent time in the Eaton County Jail and the Federal Detention Center at FCI Milan, near Milan, Michigan. In February 2018, he was transferred to the United States Penitentiary in Tucson, Arizona. According to his lawyers, Nassar was assaulted almost as soon as he was placed in the general population at the United States Penitentiary in Tucson, Arizona. And an investigation determined that Nassar could not be safely held at Tucson in 2018 of the month of August. Then it was reported that they transferred him to the Federal Transfer Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Also in August, Nassar was moved to the United States Penitentiary, Coleman in Florida. So they're saying that his earliest potential release date from federal custody is January 30th of 2068. And that's assuming good time credit for exemplary behavior, absent which he will not be released until December of 2077 at the latest, after which he would be immediately released to a Michigan state prison to serve out his concurrent state sentences. He would have to serve a minimum of 40 years in state prison before being eligible for parole. Thus, the earliest Nassar could be released from the Michigan Department of Corrections and therefore be a free man again is January 30th of the year 2108. However, at his age, either of his federal or state sentences would all be assured that he will die in prison. Both sentences will far exceed human life expectancy. He will be in federal prison until he is at least 104 years old and will be 144 years old before he can possibly be paroled from state prison. So, I'm seeing it like this. So if R. Kelly gets charged 40 years for the state, because it's 10 years each charge, or 10 years for, 3 to 7 years, right? Yeah. 3 to 7 years for each charge in the state case. And he's got 4 accusers, so that's 4 charges there. 4 girls. So let's just say 40 years. I don't remember exactly all the charges that are listed, but I think it's something like that. So let's just say he gets charged 40 years for the state case, right? If he loses, he gets found guilty. R. Kelly does 40 years in state prison, right? So I see the way they did it here, they would make R. Kelly do his time, serve his time in the state prison because it's the minimum, right? So once he gets done with those, once he gets done with that time, then I think they will run his 2 federal cases concurrent or consecutive. What was it? Consecutive or concurrent? I forgot which is which. One of the 2. And then he'll have to just max out the rest of his sentence in his federal prison time. So I see him doing, because right now, being that he's doing federal now, they're going to count that time that he's doing now. They're going to add that to his time. So he's done 3 years in federal already with New York, so they're giving him credit for that because his state trial is going to have been after this federal trial. And we already know that the Michigan trial is dead. They're not pursuing charges against him. They're going civil. So there goes that. That Michigan case is done. It's no more. Dismissed. What's happening now is that the victim is going for civil suit. They're like, why are we going to overkill him? Let's not even overkill him. Let's just go for his money and get the victim restitution for her pain and suffering. So that's what's happening there. So this is interesting, right? I'm sorry, guys. I was off the screen. I'm not paying attention to your comments because I was reading the article and going through the stuff there. So let's see what you guys are saying. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Okay. Hey, Samara. Hey, Black Girl Beauty. Granny said, we had a similar case in Sweden abusing gymnast boys. Jesus. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Karen J, what's up, mama? Okay. In the bushes listening. Okay. Hey, Black Girl Beauty. What's up, my love? Okay. Don't you mean he abused 200 plus teenage adults, Diva? Yeah. Right. Right, Miss Me, Miss Mo. Right. As the supporters of R. Kelly would say, 200 plus teenage adults. Right, right. They were 16, 15, 14, 13, 17-year-old teenage adults. Right, 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 right. Thanks for the reminder. Miss Me, Miss Mo. Javante, I love you, Mama. I miss you, baby. I know you was mad at me. I love you. I love you. Well, you wasn't mad at me, but disappointed in me. I love you. I'm glad you're here, baby. I love you. I miss you. I've been staying away. I was in my lane, sis. I miss you. Hi, baby. I miss you. Renee. Okay. All right. All right. Saying hello. Hey, I am Queen. Spoiler alert: the books never reference minors as anything other than minors. Exactly. Hey, y'all. I've been MIA, but love all y'all. Yes, takes forever. Exactly, Javante. It really does, my love. It really does. That shit never goes away, man. I know. Still to this day, I feel the way I do. I don't care if you move on, it affects your life. It does. It totally changes. As you go through steps in life, it changes your thinking patterns, your way of being. You don't feel normal, man. You don't feel normal. You don't feel normal. You don't. You don't. You don't. Yes, Javante, you were strong during trial. Yes, girl, we love you. That's right, Mama. You did your thing. You did your thing. You came out, you said your story, and we love you for that. Yes, they learned to move on in time, but it never leaves. Did RSK get the help he needed from his abuse, or did he simply transfer his hurt onto others? Very good. That's a great point. He transferred all his hurt onto others instead of getting the help he needed. There were so many people that he put to the side that wanted him to get help, and he threw those people away. Don't the supporters see that? That's why a lot of these people are coming against him, because they said, I'm done holding on to his secrets. This is tiring. This is weighing on me. I'm done. This man needs to be stopped. He's out of control. Don't you remember when we were watching Friends? What was it that Carlita and Marcus was saying? That's not the R. Kelly I know. Back then in that time, yes, he was doing that, but it wasn't up to the point to where he's at today, where he's got girls defecating on each other, defecating in cups, smearing it on each other, playing in urine and feces, doing all types of corpophilia. I mean, he's been doing depictions and videos and things like that forever now. He's got collections. He has trophies that he holds in his backpack. Backpack, right? Come on now. Let's be real here. He developed worse over time. He got away with the few that he did. And when he did get away with it, he should have learned his lesson and stopped. Got the help he needed, but he didn't, and he couldn't do that. Couldn't. I would really like to know how many of these foul-mouthed women have dads like RK because they appear to be holding on to trauma from their past? Good question. I'm not going to answer that one. It does define who they are. Yes. Hey, everyone. What's up, Mama Truth? I'm driving. Okay, baby. We love you. Be safe. Yes, Larry's coming home soon. USC also had to pay out because Nassar was a campus doctor. Yes, he actually, while he was in training, he was molesting girls. Huh. And then when he became a doctor, it was worse. Hey, Truth. What's up, Mama? Okay, so guys, yes. Hey, Gigi. What's up, Mama? Hey, Ty. Hey, I'm Queen. What's up, my ladies? If Nassar got all this time, what make them deranged supporters think R. Kelly is ever getting out? Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. He's got, depending on what he gets here, they're going to run his charges consecutive, man. They're going to run into each other and make it one big number. He ain't never going nowhere. Sit down. The judge is not going to appeal his decision. Matter of fact, I believe Nassar went for appeal as well. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. And we're going to talk about it too. And let's see what his appeal was towards. Yeah, no, they weren't teenage adults. No. 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 Do you have that word in your dictionary, teenage adults? No, I do not, girl. And if I do, there's a problem. Yeah, right. Exactly, Queen. Mm-hmm. Hey, Just V. All his intelligence, and he could only come up with teenage adults. They were either teenagers or adults. No in between, Levi. That's a fact. That's a fact. Hey, Tonbella. That's Levi's way of trying to justify it. Yep, yep. You know, deflection, that's what they do. Still to this day, people are covering up R. Kelly's actions, whether they know him or not. Yes, bezazzled, bedazzled, but bedazzled, bedazzled. Ty, send me that picture, Ty. Okay, hey, Granny, what's up? Okay. It's unbelievable the supporters still say he is such a nice person after all we have heard how he treats people. Right. That R. Kelly has a heart of gold and all this and all that. So I'm glad you said that because Larry Nassar, according to a lot of people, was the same thing. This is going to be very interesting, guys, for you guys to hear this. This is very, very interesting. I want you guys to, this is a great book. It's called Twisted. Twisted. Okay. You can catch it on audible.com. You can find it at any bookstore. It's either on audio, ebooks, or paperback. So if you do want to get into the full book, I suggest, yes, this is a very good book, Twisted. Yes, Nassar was a sicko. It really makes me think he was selling child pee. I hope he gets the help he needs. Sick, yes, yes, he is a sick bastard. Yes. Remember, yes, everyone was lying on him. Right. Right. Nassar was a sicko. All right, so let's get into this, guys. Here we go.
Chapter 1. Goofy, Brilliant, Kind.
Donna Markham. Oh, my name is... Oh, sorry. My name is Donna Markham.
We met Donna Markham at her suburban home in Michigan, located about 40 miles north of Detroit. Our producer, Rachel Hamburg, and I sat on armchairs in Donna's living room near the fireplace, which was lit even though it was midsummer. We drank tea as her dog, Jack, wandered around in the background.
Well, I knew from the time I was a teenager that I couldn't have children. I had a lot of female problems, but so we weren't going to have any kids. And my husband and I decided that we were getting older and I was hitting mid-30s and I wanted a baby.
Donna says she and her husband, Richard, went to different agencies during the adoption process. It was a huge headache. This was the early 1980s, before computers were really a thing. And when the agency they'd chosen lost all of their paperwork, Donna decided she'd had enough.
I talked to my social worker and we looked at other options. And at that time, a lot of babies were being adopted out of South Korea. And so we went for it and they called and said, we're ready to bring Erin over. And she was 8 months old and just all giggles and bubbles. And she was a great kid. She still is. And she was getting to be about 3. And I told my husband, I said, I would really like to have another one. And so we called our social worker and she goes, well, now's the time. And I thought, okay, another year and a half. Oh no, she was here in 3 months.
Her name was Chelsea.
She was just the complete opposite of Erin. She was crying all the time. She came and she had a fractured skull and she had a deformed ear in her ear. She was delivered by forceps and apparently not very gently. So for a year, her and I sat up on the couch because I couldn't lay her down. The pressure was too much. And so on her first birthday, I told the doctor, her pediatrician, that we have to do something. I can't do this for another 9 months. So she went into the hospital on her birthday and they corrected everything and rebuilt her inner ear. And from that day on, she never shut up. She's just...
Donna called Chelsea her special child.
I say special child because she never left my side. She was always with me. And no matter where I went, she was like on my thigh. She chattered all the time and laughed all the time.
Like many parents, Donna and her husband were always trying to keep their kids active after school and on weekends.
So we did all those Saturday type classes at the Y or at the rec center. So Chelsea saw this little gymnastics thing going on at the rec center and she goes, I want to do that.
So Chelsea did Saturday morning gymnastics classes at the rec center for a couple of years.
Not doing a whole lot, but just walking on balance beam, tumbling, that kind of thing. But when she was about 5, she really wanted to be a gymnast.
Gymnastics can be expensive, but Chelsea kept pushing and Donna and Richard did what they could to make it work. Donna found a gym and she enrolled Chelsea in classes.
After about, 6-9 months, one of the coaches said, could we talk to you? And I said, sure. And they said that we would like Chelsea to join team because she's really good and we see potential there for her. And I said, well, you know what? This would be her decision, not mine, because I don't want to make her do something that she really doesn't want to do. And if she really wants to do it, then she has to be committed to it.
So the coaches, along with Donna, called Chelsea out of class and asked her if she wanted to join the team.
Oh my God. I mean, she was just ecstatic and she was jumping up and down and, she's like, oh, my dream come true, And so I said to her, you understand what this commitment is. You still have homework to do. You still have your other interests. I said, and this is every day, 5 days a week. Your social life with your friends and stuff is virtually cut off until the weekend. She said, yeah, I know. And she goes, I want to do this, Mom. I want to do this. So she, started team as a trainee kind of program, but she quickly progressed.
What was her relationship like with the sport, especially when she was so young and so good at it, right? And kind of rising up.
Chelsea's relationship with gymnastics was the love of her life. I mean, she loved it.
The Markham family often watched gymnastics meets on television. They hoped that Chelsea would one day be good enough to compete in one of the events, a college meet, the national championships, or the big one, the Olympics.
All the girls want to hopefully get to quote unquote the Olympics, but just getting to nationals is a big accomplishment.
And Chelsea was getting good. Donna says she often placed in the top 3 at competitions. Soon she was moving up a difficulty level and then another.
We started traveling with the travel team, which meant, twice a month we were either in state or out of state. So, Georgia, Arizona, Florida. I can't even remember all the places we went.
And then one day at a meet, Chelsea fell off the balance beam. And then she fell off the uneven bars.
And I said, "What's wrong?" She goes, "My back, Mom. My back is killing me." And she says, "And my butt hurts really bad."
Donna took Chelsea to a doctor. The doctor told them that Chelsea had a lower back injury and a broken tailbone. He recommended that they go see a specialist.
Thank you, I am Queen. Now we know. I didn't look it all up yet. So Nassar's appeal was denied in December of 2021. So it took, he was sentenced, his last sentence was 2018, correct? So 19, 20, 21. It took 3 years for his appeal to go in. And he was denied in 2021. So let's see how long it takes R. Kelly. Let me continue.
Of course, I went back to the gym and said, "Okay, who do we go see?" And that's when Larry Nassar we were referred to him at Michigan State.
I consider myself pretty good at understanding and at being able to assess injuries, right? Because of my expertise in biomechanics and the human body.
This is Tom Brennan. We spoke in an empty classroom at Oakland University, about 85 miles east of Lansing, where he teaches biomechanics.
Even on the phone, you could tell him something about gymnastics, about how a child blocked off the floor, how a child was turning on the bars. Go, "Oh, yeah. That would be the medial malleoli that cause that problem because they're probably putting too much pressure on their inner foot when they're doing this." And I'm like, "Really? How so?" And then I went back and looked at the kid doing the skill, and it's exactly what he said.
In 1991, Tom was working at the Gymnastic Training Center, where he coached cheerleaders and gymnasts like Chelsea. That's where he met Larry Nassar. Larry was still in medical school then.
I met him when he would go to different gym clubs and help out with injuries. He came to Gymnastic Training Center where I worked, and he would work on kids out in the open. Our training table is right in the middle of the gym. But he would work on kids on, back injuries, shoulder injuries, knee injuries, ankle injuries. And because of my interest in biomechanics and the way the human body moves and so on, he became a mentor and an advisor of mine because he was brilliant at it.
Many people we've talked to described Larry Nassar as a brilliant person. They sometimes even used supernatural language to describe him. They called him a miracle worker, the god of sports medicine, and so on. They also said he was very approachable. He was kind of geeky looking, dark hair, glasses. As an adult, 5'7", with a slightly paunchy stomach and a round face. He smiled a lot. Everyone called him Larry, so, to avoid confusion, we're calling him that too, and we'll mostly be using first names throughout this story.
He never seemed to be in a bad mood, always very happy, always very willing to help. I mean, he went out of his way to help people.
That didn't change, even after Larry got his medical degree in 1993 and became a busy working doctor.
He would get my gymnasts in, even though he'd have a book schedule at Michigan State, he'd find a way to get them in on a Tuesday, even though it was a Monday when I called them. He always found a way to help out. But if there's a negative, it was that he was a little bit odd, in terms of personality. But to me, it was more like, I hate putting labels on things, but if you're going to label something, he was kind of just nerdy, The way he laughed, kind of had, kind of a strange laugh.
Larry was especially active at a particular gym in Michigan.
I mean, he was goofy. He was funny. He was always chatty Cathy. He wanted to know about your day.
Beginning in the late 1980s, Trinae trained at a gym called Great Lakes Gymnastics. She would eventually follow her coach, John Getter, to a gym he founded with his wife, Catherine, called Twist Stars. Trinae spent a huge amount of time at her gym, even when she was a little kid, just like Chelsea Markham did.
We lived there. It was not a you go and you practice and you leave. It was a almost like eat, sleep, and breathe kind of place. I felt like we were there more than we were there at school, or we were there more than we were at home. So that was like a very family environment. There was a space that your parents would sit and people could watch you, but you'd spend 5-6 hours a day, 5 days a week at the gym.
Larry also spent a lot of time at Great Lakes and later Twist Stars, even when he was an athletic trainer and not yet a doctor. His personality contrasted sharply with that of John Getter, the co-owner and head coach. Trinae describes John like this.
Scary. He's very cold. He's not the warm and fuzzy kind of coach. He's extremely tough, very strict. God damn it, Trinae. Get up there. Or get over here. And then you'd go to him and he'd stand in front of you and he'd scream in your face and just tell you like this bullshit that you're not making this routine and you've made it a million other times and why are you being sloppy today and what's your problem and get back up on the beam. And if you don't nail it, you're either going to stay. I mean, I've stayed till 10 o'clock at night by myself with the janitors there doing beam, making my mom sit in the room, or you get kicked out.
Tom Brennan knew John too. As coaches, they interacted at sports clinics and meets.
He was very arrogant, very narcissistic. That we knew of him. He also had the success to back it up to a certain degree.
Trinae, for example, was a very successful gymnast.
Like I won a lot of meets. I won a lot of state meets. I won a lot of regional meets. We won national meets.
I was a little jealous of his success, but did I like him as a person? No. Did I get along with him as a person? Yes. Him and I got along fine. Get along fine. Did I like him? No, but I wasn't going to call him out in his coaching style. I mean, he was going to do what he was going to do. All I knew of John was he's a tough ass coach and he pumps out a lot of champions. Although our younger kids, 5, 6, 7s, and 8s, we've beaten his teams quite a few times. The one team we could never beat at the level 10s. He just had the top of the top.
Levels in gymnastics represent skill difficulty and status. There are the most participants at levels 5 and 6, and then, Tom says, the numbers start to go way down.
Kind of like a pyramid, right? You get into 7 and 8, much fewer kids, 9 and 10, even fewer kids. And then very, very few kids ever make it to elite level status.
To get to levels 9 and 10, you need a lot of luck avoiding or managing serious injuries, and you need to work extremely hard. But, Tom says, you need more than that too.
You're not going to reach that level without tough coaching. You're just not. You have to have tough coaching.
At Twist Stars, John was that coach, and under his and Catherine's leadership, Twist Stars became the place to be in Michigan gymnastics. John made the calls about which girls joined teams and moved up levels. John even told his highest performing gymnasts whether they had what it took to try and make their ultimate dream happen.
I think when you're in that sport, your goal is the Olympics. You'll find out. He'll tell you if you're an Olympic year option or not.
Not everyone knew this at the time, but John's temper did cause serious concern behind the scenes. In December 1986, a police complaint was filed against him for assault after he allegedly pushed a Great Lakes visitor down the gym stairs and kicked him in the back. At least 3 more complaints against John were filed with the police between 1986 and 2013. No charges were filed. John and Catherine Getter, through their lawyers, did not respond to requests for comments.
You see, even the coaches were abusing the gymnast. So when Larry Nassar was doing his thing, he's watching what's going on with these coaches. So it's like, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. You don't say a thing, I don't say a thing. I don't know. Everybody was protecting each other. These poor girls. No one was protecting these girls. No one. You're welcome, Flawless. Athlete A on Netflix. Yeah, John had a temper. Listen to the rest of the story. Let me continue.
But to a girl like Trinae, John was simply her coach. He set the tone for what was normal, and what was normal was tough.
It was never like a punch or a hit. It was more like a pencil would go flying, or like a water bottle will go flying, or like a really in your face style of coaching.
Larry was different.
So, he was everywhere constantly. And he was always like a very kind face, and it was a smile, like, which was very opposite to John. So you naturally wanted to like be in his presence because he was funny and he would like smile and he was just happy and always wanting to help you. And so I had gotten this hip.
Always wanting to help you. Key words. Always wanting to help you. The same thing R. Kelly does with people. Always wants to help. Oh, he's got such a heart of gold. He can't be this monster. He always wants to help.
Dre, and would start seeing him in the back room of Great Lakes. And that's pretty much just when like all of the treatments kind of started.
Girls streamed in and out of Larry's treatment room, which was off to the side of the main gym floor. At some point, somebody had hung a towel over its window. Here, gymnasts would receive the medical attention they needed to succeed at competitions or even be allowed to go to competitions, because you couldn't be cleared to compete if you were seriously injured. But they also went there to get a break from the oppressive environment of the gym. Christina Barba was one of them. Christina trained around the same time as Trinae. She's now a mother of 4 who, when we talked to her in 2018, was close to getting her black belt in karate. Christina says her relationship to gymnastics started out more casually than some of the other girls she knew. It was just fun.
It was exciting, like flipping and the challenge of learning new stuff, the new techniques and new tricks. And so I didn't go in with huge aspirations.
But as Christina got better and better, she also got injured.
I had quite a few broken toes over the years, but also broken hand in a few places, broken tailbone. And that was just the broken stuff. So I had back pain kind of most of my gymnastics career. And there was always something there. Something was always hurting. You just work through it. That's just what we did.
Christina says it could be scary to tell John when she was injured.
He would be mad often if we told him we were hurt, which doesn't really make sense, but that's how it was.
So from one of her first injuries onward, she went straight to Larry.
I broke my toe. I don't remember that much about.
You see how the coach would get mad because the girls would get injured? Like, oh, frustrated, damn it. You still got to work through it. You got to work through it. R. Kelly's the same thing. Oh, you messed up this video. You're not doing this right. You're not doing that right. You're an idiot. Throwing things across the room, I bet. Screaming and yelling like he did, hovering over Gail King. Intimidation. It works. Especially when you're looking up to an elder. Someone who's 10 times your size, 10 times your age.
I think he taped them together and I was on my merry way. But I ended up seeing him on a regular basis. I don't know if it was every day in those early years, but I think he was there almost every time I was at practice. And because the gym atmosphere was pretty intense, going to visit Larry in his back room kind of felt like a safe, relaxing place. He was kind and kind of nerdy, but funny. And so he made us feel comfortable and safe. Yeah, I think it was really a perfect storm that because John was so overbearing and scary, he sent us right. He drove us into the arms of a monster.
Exactly, T-Bam. There's power in numbers. That's why R. Kelly as well is where he is, because there's power in numbers. He didn't get convicted on one tape, one girl. The one girl was missing because he was hiding her. He didn't get convicted of anything else or charged. Everybody just took him to do civil suits. They were coerced to do that. These girls were coerced to do that. Their families were coerced to do that, to protect R. Kelly's image and his brand. He had to settle out of court. Like he said, I had no choice. I did what my lawyers told me to do. His lawyers told him, no, you gotta settle out of court, man. You can't fight this, man. It's gonna cost a lot of money. And you're guilty as fuck. Pardon my French. You're guilty as hell. Let's continue.
As we were trying to look for somebody who would be nice and kind to us.
Sometimes Larry's treatments didn't take place at the gym.
So back in the day, when I was little, like 10, he would have us go in ice baths.
The ice bath, also known as cold water immersion, is a nearly universal part of sports medicine today. Athletes use it after intense workouts to speed up recovery and reduce muscle pain and soreness. But the gym didn't have a bathtub. So Larry invited Trinae and others to use the one at his apartment. He'd invite them over for what he told them was treatment, or sometimes studies, since he was in medical school at the time.
He wanted to do these like studies on this injury. So we'd go to his house, he'd fill his bathtub with ice and pour some water in the bathtub and set the egg timer on the toilet, and we'd push the egg timer, you'd strip down. He wouldn't be in the bathroom, so it was never like he was with us when we were naked. But you'd get in this ice bath, you'd push this egg timer and you'd sit there at like 9 or 10 years old, which I still don't know how I actually did, because I can't imagine getting in an ice bath right now ever and sitting there for that amount of time. You'd get out of the bathtub, you put a towel on, he'd come back in, he'd burn the ice, so like turn on warm water, let it go, warm the water in the bathtub, you'd re-push the egg timer, get back in. So it was like a hot-cold contrast. And then you'd go from there onto the table into the living room in a t-shirt and shorts, sometimes a leotard. And that's where he would stretch you and or treat you.
Sometimes parents were at the apartment with their daughters, but not always.
So, I mean, I can remember my mom just sitting there reading or making a grocery list or just killing time while I was sitting in a bathtub. You know, so there would be instances where she would run and grab gas and then come back, or because it was Larry, we were with him 5 days a week. You know, you think about not like a babysitter, because that's not really what he was, but if you think about a babysitter, you are with them 5 days a week, however many days, or daycare. You know, you trust that. You trust those people that they're in. And I was just sitting in a bath of ice in her mind, or then sitting in a bath of warm water, and then afterwards stretching for maybe 20 minutes. So, but a lot of times she was there. So it was more rare that she wasn't than she was.
In a later conversation we had with Trinae, she did describe something from that time that she found odd.
And it was only the times that I really look back was in the apartment of like, why did he come in and check that egg timer? You know, why did he come in and ask if I need a magazine, or pull the shower curtain back to just check? I'm just sitting in a bath of warm water. I don't know. I don't know. Those are the moments that I'm like,
Larry abused one of his earliest known victims at Great Lakes Gymnastics and also at his apartment, according to court documents. Larry invited the girl, who was a young teenager at the time, to his apartment for what he claimed was a study on manipulation and flexibility. He asked her to do splits while lying on her stomach, and then he measured the distance between her groin and the floor. She was then told to get into a bathtub of warm water and do the splits again so he could measure whether she was more flexible. Larry told her that he couldn't pay her for her participation in his, quote, study, but he could offer her a full body massage as a reward, according to documents. He proceeded to, quote, give the plaintiff a nude full body massage, during which he, quote, digitally penetrated her vaginally and anally. Eventually, she came forward as Sarah Klein and said that the abuse had begun in the late 1980s when she was 8 years old. Larry graduated from Michigan State Medical School with a degree in osteopathic medicine in 1993.
Chapter 2: The Olympic Doctor. Larry Nassar's involvement in gymnastics extended beyond the state of Michigan, even when Larry was just an athletic trainer. In 1986, according to Larry, a prominent coach in Michigan named Steve Whitlock recommended that he begin working with USA Gymnastics, which is the national governing body of the sport. In addition to having roughly 200,000 members at gyms across the country, USA Gymnastics helps shepherd America's most gifted gymnasts all the way to the Olympics. Dominique Moceanu first met Larry probably around 1992, when she was a member of the junior national team. She was a 10-year-old gymnastics prodigy and widely thought to be one of America's next superstars. But according to her, the medical environment around her was often informal at best. Dominique remembers Larry treating her for a torn hamstring, though she says she was never sexually abused by him.
When I look back, at the time I was just little and, people help and massage you. But he always kind of left you open on the table, and he would be pulling up your leotard or whatever was on underneath, sometimes briefs, would just pull it all the way over and your cheek would just be exposed. And so it'd be like, oh, okay, not as probably comforting as it should have been, in the sense that you probably should cover us up a little bit more, and you're a male. But at the time we were so trusting, we didn't think about that. We didn't think that that was abnormal. Most of the time they tell you, this is what I'm going to do. Are you comfortable? Do you sign a release or a form? I know this now. Back then, we just sat on the table and we're like, okay, we're here for treatment. So everything was done so loosely. So no wonder he could do whatever he wanted.
Like Trene's experience at Twist Stars, Dominique's gymnastics career also involved a strikingly tough coaching environment. When she was very young, Dominique trained at a gym called LaFleur's in Florida.
Great gym, actually. LaFleur's Gymnastics had great coaches who had attention to care, but also they were stern, they expected a lot.
But leading up to the 1992 Games, as it became clear that she had Olympic potential, her parents enrolled her in a gym at a remote facility in Texas. That facility was owned by Bella and Marta Caroli.
Bella and Marta were the unofficial king and queen of gymnastics in the United States, icons at the side of the mats.
They were the big honchos. They were the godfather, right?
Bella was tall, gregarious, and mustachioed, and Marta, his wife, was short and sturdy with chestnut-colored hair and an owlish face that often looked disapproving. They were Romanian immigrants, just like Dominique's family, and they had grown up with the Eastern Bloc centralized style of training, in which athletes were plucked from their hometowns to train in an intense government-run facility. The Carolis had a be-tough attitude born of a life in a country with a brutal dictator, and their style of coaching had a successful track record. Caroli pupil Nadia Comaneci had earned 7 perfect 10s for Romania at the 1976 Olympics in Montreal.
I didn't come here to Montreal to make history. I didn't even know what that meant. Nobody told me that a perfect 10 was never scored in Olympic history. So I just went to do whatever I planned to do and whatever I trained to do.
The Carolis defected to the United States in 1981. They soon started a gym in Texas, and when their American student Mary Lou Retton won the all-around competition at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, they quickly attracted hundreds of families eager for their daughter to be the next Nadia or Mary Lou, including, eventually, the Moceanus. Here's Spencer Barnes, the co-host of Gymcastic, a popular gymnastics podcast.
When the Carolis left Romania, the timeline of gymnastics in the United States stopped. It has never changed since then. It has never learned anything. It has never progressed in terms of nutrition, in terms of physical therapy, medical treatment. It's still 1979 in US women's gymnastics.
The Carolis eventually built a gymnastics facility in the middle of the Sam Houston National Forest in Texas. It would come to be called the Ranch and serve as a national training center for the US women's team. About once a month, the top female gymnasts in the country would come to work on and show off their skills. There were farm animals and a hunting range, and at one point, reportedly, a zebra. There were cabins for the athletes and cabins for the coaches, and a central gym with remarkably worn-down equipment. There was limited cell phone service. Here's Spencer Barnes.
There's no medical tables. There's no nutritionist. There's no room for treatment. It's like you went back to where Nadia Comaneci was training in 1976 and took it in a time machine to the US right now. And that's where they were training. And no one thought that was a problem because the Karolis are geniuses and they must be doing something right.
Dominique was shocked when she first got to the ranch.
It was the moment you walk into the gym, it felt very dark and cold and not warm, not inviting at all. We're not allowed to smile at the chalk tray. We're not allowed to talk during practice. We're not allowed to smile. I mean, there were times you could, throw in a little smile. And I was terrified to say anything because, of course, it was the culture and all the senior gymnasts that were already there. This was what was expected. It wasn't abnormal. And I thought, oh my gosh, is this really what it takes? How come I feel bad when I go to the gym? Like, why am I scared when I go to the gym?
Dominique says the Karolyi style of coaching was infectious.
There's some other people who piggybacked off of this mentality and this culture that the coaches created at Martin Bella enhanced in our country because it wasn't as severe as it was when they came over. They kind of started to show, well, this is the way you have the gymnasts do numbers, as many as they can, like robots, until they, inevitably start hitting. If you have them do enough numbers, you're going to have them hit, but at what it cost, at what expense to their bodies, at what expense to their minds.
Leading up to the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, Dominique and Carrie Strug, a 19-year-old from Tucson, Arizona, trained together at the ranch. The pressure on the Americans to win was immense. They had never won the team gold medal.
On July 23, 1996, that team gold medal came down to the United States' final event, vault. The Americans were in first place by 9/10 of a point, which was a decent margin in gymnastics scoring, but the Russians could still have won if the Americans completely faltered. The first 4 women landed their vaults, but when Dominique vaulted second to last, she fell twice. It was a huge surprise to everyone. And suddenly, the only person left was Carrie, Dominique's training partner at the ranch. Carrie also fell on her first attempt. Her ankle seemed to be injured, but she had one vault left to perform. Her teammates, coaches, and parents watched anxiously. Crowds in Atlanta and in front of televisions around the world held their breath as she limped back to the runway for her final attempt. She ran, she catapulted herself through the air, and she landed, practically on one foot. The American women, from then on to be called the Magnificent Seven, had secured the team gold for the first time in Olympic history. Carrie had collapsed onto the mat. She was helped up and carried out of the arena, and one of the people helping her to the sidelines was Larry Nassar.
The Carrie Strug moment is one of the most dramatic episodes in Olympic history. It cemented the Karolyis' reputation as the makers of champions. It created a buzz around the sport and a narrative that valorized pushing through intense pain, and it helped make Larry the Olympic doctor. In the years that followed, the Karolyis began running camps at the ranch that were practically mandatory for anyone who wanted a shot at the Olympics. They were filled not just with intense training for gymnasts, but opportunities for USA Gymnastics leadership to see athletes perform outside of competition. The camps were at the center of the elite gymnastics world, but the environment at the ranch was only marginally more comfortable than when Dominique had trained there.
Meals at camp were like bad cafeteria food, but with less calories.
Jeanette Antolin was a member of the national gymnastics team from 1995 to 2000. She began the sport in 1984 when she was just 3 years old, and eventually, like Carrie and Dominique, she competed at the international elite level.
One thing I specifically remember about camp food is the eggs that were given to us in the morning. They were powdered eggs. They weren't even real eggs. And when you think about feeding your national team, you would think that you would get the best quality food. and it wasn't. It was basically slop. And we had a joke that because these powdered eggs would give us diarrhea, it was like they were giving it to us on purpose so it would be skinnier.
Seeing Larry Nassar was a regular part of life at the
That's crazy. They emotionally abuse those girls. They emotionally and physically abuse those girls.
ranch as well. He volunteered as a doctor there, although he wasn't licensed to practice medicine in Texas. And he played the same role he did at Twistars, the kind, goofy, understanding magic doctor. He snuck food to the girls when they craved something other than those powdered eggs. Like at Twistars, Larry also didn't put up too much of a fight about questionable coaching tactics.
I remember being in Texas, there's always like storms and stuff like that. So I remember the power going out one evening and I was on beam and Marta was there and like the lights went out and she's like, keep going, you know, and it wasn't just like, come on. It was like, go. Like, why wouldn't you go? Like, keep going, you know? And so we all look at each other like, it's almost dark in here. Like, and she wants us to continue to do our routines on 4-inch balance beams in the dark. Like, are you effing crazy? But everyone was too scared to say no. So you just did it.
He was Marta's guy. This is what people still don't know. Marta wanted Nassar because she could manipulate him. You know, she could get what she wanted out of him. He didn't have a backbone because he never wanted to stand up to her or say anything. He just wanted to get on the girls' good side all the time and be their best friend.
Grooming.
And so, Larry became the person whom the girls turned to, not just for medical support, but for emotional refuge from the environment at the ranch.
Grooming them.
Larry's behavior here, from an outside perspective, could look like compassion, but it also looks like grooming. Here's Nicole Dingwell, a social worker in the Lansing area who specializes in sexual trauma, explaining what grooming is.
The grooming behaviors start the trust and they start the manipulation. They oftentimes start a feeling of, I owe this person, or I'm not good enough, so I need to do this. I need to show my worth. And oftentimes there's a reward, whether it's that person's attention or items, presents, all that kind of stuff. They get some need met by.
R. Kelly did the same thing with these girls. He groomed them. He made them feel special. So that then he can prepare them for the abuse. He would buy them gifts. Let them get their hairs done, their nails done. Let them go shopping. He would give himself to them so that they could get his attention. I'm here. You have my attention. Don't go nowhere, baby. I'll be right there. Like what he would do with Lizette. Have her waiting and waiting. And then when she got his attention, she got his attention. Then he would turn around and treat her like shit. All over again. And then say, my bad.
Going along with the sexual activity. And a lot of times when it starts, it's extremely uncomfortable. And all of that grooming builds the trust. And well, there's always been with doctors an automatic trust. They're the professional, the authority, they have the knowledge.
A generally isolated or abusive environment can make grooming a lot easier.
Usually you would tell Larry what was going on because he was the only one that really felt like a safe place. So I think that's where the whole grooming process started for him. It was very easy for us to trust him because everyone else was so scary. It's like amongst the monsters, he was the angel.
Soon after the 1996 Olympics, Larry married Stephanie Anderson, a trainer who had been hired to help out while Larry went to medical school. Janae says some of the girls at the gym were initially suspicious of Stephanie because, well, she wasn't Larry, but that changed soon enough.
Soon we all fell in love with her just the same because she was awesome. And it wasn't long, I'd say maybe a year or so before they started dating. And then she fell into our gym. She proved her worth. He went off to med school. He became a doctor. Then all of a sudden now we had 2 awesome trainers / sports medicine doctors.
John was in the wedding party, and many of the attendees were from Larry's gymnastics circles.
We were all at their wedding, and it was just kind of like our little perfect family, like hot. I was little. I was probably like 12 or 13 maybe. It was all the gymnasts, like all of our families. So we were all there. John was in the wedding. So back at that time is when we had won the Buckeye National Championship competition, which is a really big deal. So it was just such a strong connection. We all worked super hard for that. We all won. And it just felt like that time was like the best time of our lives because we had done this and it was Larry and Stephanie's wedding and it was very hot. I just remember being little and fans blowing everywhere and people were fanning Stephanie at the altar because she was sweating and she's in a wedding dress. And I just remember it being, like one of those memories of those times where you just, like, it almost can't get better.
Hey, Nicole.
Chapter 3. He hurt me.
There are stretches of Michigan highway with not a lot to look at. Truck stops, billboards, sprawling farmscapes. But for Donna Markham and many gymnastics parents, the extra task of driving from afar so that their daughters could be treated by the Larry Nassar was considered a privilege.
He was rising in popularity and quote unquote the best, in his field. And that's about the time we went to see him.
The idea that Larry would take a break from treating Olympians like the Magnificent Seven to make time to see your child, that had a wow factor to it.
And he had his wall of fame in his office of all the pictures of the athletes that he had treated or been with and whatever. But other than that, it was based on his reputation. He didn't come out and say, "Oh, I'm the team doctor for the Olympics" or anything like that. It was visually displayed, and it was, his persona. It was, it was one of those silent things, but it was staring you in the face.
So Donna would take the day off of work, take Chelsea out of school, and drive 2 hours to Larry's office.
I'm going to say we probably went once a month or once every 2 months because she also had exercises and things that she needed to do at home that he would give her, stretching, certain exercises to strengthen the back. And I'm going to say close to 2 years, at least 2 years.
And when did you first realize or think something might be off?
Well, there's certain things that, because as a mother, you go to the doctor a lot with your kids, if they're sick, immunizations, whatever. And doctors have a set routine, they come in, they shake your hand, they wash their hands. Depending upon what they do, they either glove or move on with the examination or whatever. But it was strange because I never saw him wash his hands and he never gloved them. He would have them change into these baggy shorts, like hospital type shorts, that were several sizes too big for my daughter anyways, because gymnasts are typically small. And he was positioned so that all you saw was his back. You didn't see your child. And I'd be like stretching right and left, trying to see what was going on. But visually it was, not possible. He never explained what he was going to do, what procedure he was going to perform, or how it was going to be performed. I'd hear him say things to Chelsea, like, move this way or whatever. And I would sometimes ask, I said, well, what did he do? Or I'd ask him questions like during the exam, and he'd say, well, we're just going to adjust this or just that or whatever. He never really went into any specific detail. It's just one of those things that mother's perspective or intuition say, why is he doing that?
After one particular appointment in 1997, Donna noticed something was different about Chelsea's behavior.
We used to always go to this little cafe for lunch before we went home because it was a long drive, we needed to eat. And I said, are you ready to go lunch? And I could tell there was something wrong with her. And she said, no, I want to just go home. I was like, what? My kid wants to go home, not get any treats or anything, So I said, okay. And then she started crying, tears. And I was like, Chelsea, what's wrong? And we're in the car driving. And she said, Mom, he hurt me. And I was like, what? It was like immediate, like, what? And I was like, so she told me, and
Donna says that Chelsea told her that Larry had put his fingers inside her and that they weren't gloved.
I was ready to do a U-turn on I-96, right over the median and go right back there, and that's when she begged me not to. Mom, you don't understand. Everybody will know. The judges will know. The coaches will know. And it's like, Chelsea, I have to tell somebody. And she goes, Ma, please don't.
Donna was torn, but the thought of not saying anything didn't sit well with her. So the next day, Donna approached Chelsea's coach before practice.
And so I told him what had happened. Oh, no, I've known Larry for years. He would never do anything like that. I said, oh, okay. And so I went up to the balcony where the parents could observe and talk. And I said, did anybody else's kid ever been treated by Larry Nassar? And a couple, are mine. And I said, did you observe or did your children tell you anything about some unusual behaviors? Oh, no. I was like, you're lying. You're lying. You just want to speak up. And sure enough, those same girls have come forward.
Chelsea stopped seeing Larry for treatment, and she tried to stay in the sport, but it wasn't the same.
The first meet after that last incident, she fell off every apparatus. She did horrible. And I understood, but I went down on the floor and I said, Chelsea, what is wrong? She goes, Mom, he's here. He's here. And so, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking to see this kid that had that love of that sport just fall apart.
What did that?
Just like the girls that were in R. Kelly's grips, who were promised a career. They didn't get a career. He promised them a career. He lied. He used them. He coerced them. He used them as sex slaves. The mother went out and asked these people, hey, has your daughter been acting weird or anything? Did she tell you anything about Larry? No, not at all. No. Everybody has to hide something. It's embarrassing. You don't understand the shame that comes behind that. The mother didn't go straight to the authorities for the sake of the girl, the sake of her daughter. Now, was the mother wrong? No. She was trying to protect her daughter. Same thing with all these parents. They did certain things to protect their daughters, even though to us, some of it might not felt right or look right. But in times like this, you don't know how to react. You don't know what to do.
Kind of mean for your relationship, and not just the question of whether to file a complaint or call the cops or anything, but just knowing that this had happened to her?
Well, like I said, Chelsea and I had a very close relationship. And she knew that she could talk to me about anything. And she would still come in the middle of the night and crawl in bed with us. So it didn't damage our relationship, but it did affect her psyche and her confidence levels, her self-esteem. It was amazing to see this happy-go-lucky kid who all of a sudden became quiet, withdrawn. I'd say, let's just do something today. No, I don't feel like it.
Chelsea quit gymnastics when she was about 13.
She lost the love of the sport, and you have to love the sport in order to participate, to accomplish, and to be good. And she lost that love of the sport all because of Larry. It killed something inside of her. And so she left.
Donna and Chelsea talked about the abuse several times, and Donna tried to get Chelsea help.
And then when I found out how long it had been going on, not just the one time, so we tried to get her help, therapeutic help, and we went through a few psychologists until we found one that she clicked with, because you have to click with your therapist. If you don't click with your therapist, it just doesn't do any good. Her name was Cheryl, and she likes Cheryl a lot. And Cheryl was just motherly and comforting, and so Chelsea didn't mind going there and talking to her. I don't know what they talked about. It's patient confidentiality, but I'm sure that it helped her in some way, but not in other ways, because she was still depressed. And it just got worse as she got older.
Chelsea entered a tumultuous adolescence marked by drug use, drinking, and prolonged absences that constantly worried her family.
So how it affected her is that it diminished her to what she never was. I don't know how else to say this. This is not the person that we knew and loved and grew up in our house. Everything changed, everything. When she found out what it really meant to be violated like that, it just was devastating.
We couldn't speak with the other parents whom Donna interrogated that day at the gym, and we don't know if they were lying the way Donna suspects. We do know that many parents, like Donna, were in the room with their daughters as they were being abused. Many of them have said that they didn't notice the abuse either because they trusted Larry and his medical degree and his reputation, or because Larry had positioned himself very carefully to hide what he was doing, or because they were just distracted, reading the newspaper, chatting with Larry, and so on. However, lots of parents were not present for Larry's abuse, or even for the generally tough environment that their kids endured. Because the culture of gymnastics, especially at the elite levels, often involved physically isolating kids from their parents. Here's Jeanette.
So when we talk about our parents being victims, it's like they're almost groomed into believing that if they're overly involved, their daughter won't have a chance at success.
Several coaches did not allow the parents of elite gymnasts to see their children during practice. The thinking was that this helped coaches do their jobs. The gymnasts would focus better, without parents as a sideline nuisance.
It's something that Marta and Bella Crowley implemented at the ranch, and when they trained Dominique and Gary Strug and Kim Zmeskal, parents were never allowed. These girls moved away from their families to be trained, and in other countries, it's the same thing. Like in China, girls are taken from their families at 4 and 5 years old to train at these Olympic training centers, same in Russia. And so when the Crowleys kind of took over, they implemented this, like the coaches keep the parents away, because if the parents truly knew exactly what was going on, most parents wouldn't let their kids be in gymnastics at that level.
At the Crowley Ranch, there was even a sign that read "No visitors or parents allowed on the premises during camp program." When gymnasts traveled for competition or training, their parents were often discouraged from staying in the same hotels. But Larry was allowed to stay in the same hotels as the athletes. He often treated children in hotel rooms with no supervision. For the parents who thought something seemed off, it still wasn't entirely obvious what to do.
We didn't really talk about it a whole lot. You didn't talk about it back then, for fear that it would get out, and people say, why didn't you say something? Well, because you don't put it out there. I mean, what do you say? You want to go out there and say your daughter was sexually molested, and they're not doing anything about it? It was just something you just didn't talk about, until now. Now we tell everybody. The few girls that did come forward, it was squashed. It never went any further.
I told somebody. I told an adult. I told Michigan State University back in 1997.
This is Larissa Boyce. In 1997, she told Kathy Klages, the coach of Michigan State's women's gymnastics team, about treatment she had received from Larry when she was a 16-year-old training at a Michigan State youth program. It was the same year that Chelsea told Donna that Larry was hurting her. And it was also the same year that another parent complained to John Geddard about Larry's methods, according to a lawsuit. Nothing happened with that either. Citing pending litigation, Larissa declined to be interviewed. The audio you heard is from a statement she gave in court in January 2018. When Larissa spoke up to Kathy, she said that it didn't go well. Here's Larissa in that statement, a victim impact statement. She is addressing Larry directly.
She interrogated us. We were led to believe that we were misunderstanding a medical technique. She conducted her own unqualified investigation. She humiliated and silenced me as she began to call in all of my Spartan Youth teammates into her office. While I sat there in humiliation, she asked them in small groups if they ever felt uncomfortable with the treatments from you. All but the one other girl said no. There was one more who had experienced the same abuse.
Kathy Klages, according to court records, discouraged Larissa from filing a formal complaint, saying that it could have tremendous consequences for both Larissa and Larry. Kathy, who was friends with Larry, didn't stop there. She also told Larry about Larissa's complaint. He insisted that the treatment was medical, and he even spoke directly to Larissa about it at a later appointment.
In fact, there are a number of instances where girls or young women told authority figures about Larry's abuse and then found themselves talking about it with Larry. In 1998, Larry exposed himself to a 6-year-old, the daughter of close family friends, in the basement of his home. Her name is Kyle Stevens. We were unable to reach Kyle for an interview, but she too gave a victim impact statement in which she described what happened.
Over a 6-year period, he progressed from exposure to masturbating in front of me while playing hide and go seek, rubbing his bare penis on my bare feet, and penetrating my vagina with his fingers. All of which took place with my parents, my sibling, his wife, and his children in the same house.
One day, when she was about 12, Kyle decided to tell her parents that when Larry rubbed her feet, he used his penis. Before that point, she has said, she wasn't old enough to even understand that something could be sexual, so she hadn't understood what was happening to her. Her parents confronted Larry about it. Here's Kyle during her impact statement, addressing Larry.
After my parents confronted you, they brought you back to my house to speak with me. Sitting on my living room couch, I listened to you tell me, no one should ever do that, and if they do, you should tell someone. Well, Larry, I'm here, not to tell someone, but to tell everyone. You convinced my parents that I was a liar.
Eventually, Kyle's parents sent her to Gary Stalick, a psychologist at Michigan State. Kyle also told him about Larry's abuse, and he didn't report it, even though he was a mandatory reporter. A spokesperson for Michigan State said that although Gary Stalick was employed by the university as a faculty member, he did not practice clinical work on the campus or for the university. Any clinical work was done outside of his employment with Michigan State. But as a licensed psychologist, he still would have been a mandatory reporter. A lawyer for Stalick said that due to a stroke he suffered in 2016, he's unavailable to be interviewed and that he has no memories of Kyle Stevens, perhaps due to the stroke. All of his records were thrown out when he retired in 2010.
A mandatory reporter is someone who may have regular contact with a vulnerable person, such as a child or a senior citizen, and if they even suspect that abuse may be happening, they're legally required to tell law enforcement. You don't have to be a mandatory reporter to blow the whistle on someone you suspect is an abuser, but mandatory reporting laws take it a step further than just saying you should report abuse or suspicion of abuse. They make it a crime to not report.
Where things can get murky is in the details. Only some professionals are mandated to report, such as those who work in mental health, counseling, childcare, teaching, or coaching, and the details of the law can vary by state or institution. In Michigan, where both Kyle and Larissa spoke up about Larry, state law requires school administrators and teachers, among others, to be mandatory reporters. Michigan State's policy also says that employees are required to report sexual misconduct that they become aware of in their capacity as a university employee.
You know, we often tell ourselves in the abstract and in theory that I would do this, of course, if someone came to me. But until we're in that position, we don't really know what we would do. We don't really know what kind of social forces, psychological forces are acting on us.
This is Jim Hopper. I think if someone told me that they were being abused, I'd have difficulty sleeping until the issue was investigated. I was having a hard time understanding why that wasn't the case for a lot of people in this story, and I know that I'm not alone. So I reached out to Jim, an independent consultant and teaching associate at Harvard Medical School who is an expert in psychological trauma. His research focuses on the psychological and biological effects of child abuse and sexual assault. I asked him why so many people who are told about abuse don't seem to follow through on reporting it.
Some people have pointed out that, if you feel torn between the perpetrator of sexual abuse and the victim, the perpetrator doesn't really ask for much at all. The perpetrator just asks that you hear no evil, see no evil, don't do anything. That's easy.
The perpetrator just asks you to hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Interesting. That's how a predator works. R. Kelly does the same thing. That's why he has all these people out here on YouTube doing exactly that. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. They're blinded by the Pied Piper, the same way these people were blinded by Larry Nassar.
It takes a lot of courage to stick your neck out and speak up for the victim.
This is one of the reasons that mandatory reporters are mandated, because reporting can be hard.
And especially if all the signals that you're reading from the environment are, we're not going to listen to this, that's less important, that can't really be true. Come on, we've got to make sure we, don't hurt the reputation of the institution. I mean, there's all these different messages that people get, whether it's from the Catholic Church or from USA Olympics or, Michigan State or whoever.
Or to R. Kelly or Sony Records or Jive Records or Barry Hankerson or anybody else that was in the industry dealing with R. Kelly and his legal woos, his managers, his bodyguards, his everything, his camp, the record company, news reporters, interviewers. They tried to get it out of him without, those reporters were trying to get things out of him, and he would just always look like the good guy.
Whoever, there's so many institutional factors of, basically people covering their butts, protecting the institution, not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to risk their career. There's so many factors. And some of them just boil down to, this is really uncomfortable stuff for people to think about. And you say, well, I wouldn't be able to sleep until, I dealt with it. But some other people, they can't sleep if they are thinking about it, and they're going to dissociate it from their minds. I mean, we hear this all the time from people who are bystanders in families or in institutions, that, they were upset by it at first, but boy, it was easier to block it out, especially because they didn't really have any faith that anything was going to happen.
In 1999, another Michigan State student complained about Larry, according to a lawsuit. And the next year, Tiffany Thomas Lopez, a softball player at the university, did the same. Tiffany reported Larry's behavior to 3 trainers and a staff member. In each case, the complaints were brushed off or ignored at higher levels. Larry kept working. In 2000, a new patient walked into Larry's office. She was a gymnast who would eventually marshal her parents, doctors, and others in her quest to reveal the truth about Larry. Her name was Rachel Denhollander. Chapter 4, Treatment That No One Else Does.
Actually, a mom of a fellow gymnast in my gym said, hey, why don't you take her up to see Larry? He can do stuff no one else can do.
This is Rachel Denhollander. We spoke with her in Louisville, Kentucky, as she held her 4th and youngest child in her arms. Rachel said that she came to gymnastics relatively late.
It was a sport I loved and always wanted to be able to compete in, but it was expensive and my parents couldn't afford the gym fees. But by the time I was 11 and a half, I was babysitting and nannying, and so I could help pay for my gym fees. And then my mom and I and my siblings cleaned the gym to be able to afford the rest of my gym time. So my whole family really sacrificed to make it possible for me. And at that age, I was never really going to be any good. I had no aspirations of being an Olympian, but it was just something I loved to do. I absolutely loved it.
What did you love about gymnastics?
I loved what it required of me. The perfection, the skill, the dedication. I loved being physically fit. I had a coach that was really big on proper conditioning and proper stretching, and I could do anything I wanted. I could lift whatever I wanted. I could walk wherever I wanted. And I just loved that. And I loved taking hard things and making them look beautiful.
3 years into competing, Rachel started having wrist and back problems.
I started having trouble with my wrist and back in 99, and I saw some sports medicine doctors in Kalamazoo, and they really couldn't tell me anything except just to rest. And when you're a gymnast, that's just not much of an option. I took 2 months off and almost wound up missing the competitive season because of it.
So Rachel and her mother made arrangements to see Larry Nassar.
We thought it was incredible to have the opportunity to be treated by the same doctor that carried Carrie Strug off the mat in 96.
Technically, Larry Nassar didn't carry Carrie Strug off the mat, but he did help other people lift her up when she stepped off the podium. Even that had been enough to cement his legacy as a savior to the stars. And when Rachel went into the appointment, she was mentally prepared for something at least slightly uncomfortable to happen.
And I'm coming to see him because he does treatment that no one else does.
As she sought treatment for her pain, Rachel had heard about something called pelvic floor physical therapy. It's a treatment that is sometimes used for dealing with persistent lower back pain.
Going into it, I was already aware of internal pelvic floor work, legitimate internal pelvic floor treatment. There was actually a physical therapist in Kalamazoo who practiced it, and I had a friend of my mom's who had to have that done after a birth injury. And so she had said to my mom, hey, there's this therapist in Kalamazoo. This is the kind of work that they do. And if Rachel can't get help with her back, maybe this is something you guys need to consider. And so my mom and I had talked about going to see that therapist and the possibility that some kinds of uncomfortable treatment like that might even be needed just to get out of pain, regardless of whether or not I continued with the sport. So when Larry began doing things internally, my presumption was, well, this must be that type of treatment I heard about. This must be what it is.
This is where things can get really confusing, because many of the practices that Larry used to abuse women and girls may have some medical truth. An ice bath is a great example of this. It's a normal treatment in sports medicine, but it's less normal if your doctor is inviting you to do it in his home. Likewise, there is a legitimate treatment called internal pelvic floor physical therapy. Internal pelvic floor physical therapy is a method for relaxing the bowl-shaped group of muscles that lines the pelvis. It involves a licensed physical therapist using her fingers to manipulate internal vaginal or rectal tissue. A doctor might recommend pelvic floor treatment for mothers who have pre- or postnatal problems, or to women who are finding sexual intercourse painful. Athletes might receive pelvic floor therapy for incontinence caused by training that involves a lot of impact to the muscles around the pelvis. And in some cases, it can be used to help deal with persistent lower back pain if other treatments have not been working.
When did you first realize that something about these treatments was amiss, that this treatment might not be the work of a medical genius, so to speak?
There were a lot of times I felt very uncomfortable with the treatment. I felt it was very embarrassing and humiliating. And there were things that happened that I thought that doesn't seem quite right. But I thought it was impossible that he could be a predator because it was clearly something he did often. And I thought, if this is sexual abuse, he's doing it all the time. But there's no way that he'd be allowed near me if this wasn't legitimate treatment. I knew there was no way that others hadn't described what Larry was doing before. And the fact that he was in the room treating me meant that it must be legitimate treatment, because surely the adults would have stopped him if it wasn't. Surely someone would have asked the question, hey, Larry, where did you get your training? Where did you get your certification? Why are you putting your fingers in these little girls?
Rachel's mother was also in the room for her appointments.
Larry would position himself between my mom and I so that she couldn't see what he was doing. And of course, I didn't know that she couldn't see what he was doing. So my presumption was that mom was aware of what was going on. And of course, she would speak up if anything was wrong. And I didn't find out till much, much later that she had no idea what was taking place. She couldn't see what he was doing. And that was one of the ways that Larry really manipulated all of us. He used our trust in the person that we love the most, our mom, to make it seem like what he was doing was legitimate. And that's also another dynamic about sexual abuse that I think a lot of people don't realize is the amount of confusion that someone who's in that situation really experiences. The abuser relies on that. He creates it. He manipulates it. The parents don't have the expertise to know what Larry can and can't do. There was the second to last visit that I had, he crossed a line that I knew was abuse.
On the visit where Rachel realized she was being assaulted, Larry used his ungloved fingers to penetrate her vaginally. He had done this before, both vaginally and anally, but she had assumed it was pelvic floor therapy. But this time, he unhooked her bra and massaged her breast, and she saw that he had an erection.
And so at that point, I really wasn't sure what to do with it. And that made me just start questioning, hey, is there something that I've missed? Is it possible that there were other aspects of this treatment that wasn't legitimate? And that really kicked off a process just of years of researching, ultimately really looking for any form of legitimacy, because I wanted to find something. I wanted to find a treatment that looked like what Larry had done so that it wasn't as bad as I thought it might be.
Ethics are a huge part of our education, not only in physical therapy school, but additional training, usually through our employer and through any additional board certification that we have.
To get a sense of what pelvic floor therapy is supposed to look like, we talked to Dr. Carrie Pagliano, who is board certified in orthopedics and women's health. She is also president of the section on women's health of the American Physical Therapy Association. One of the important differences between Larry's treatment and legitimate practices is what Dr. Pagliano says happens before the treatments take place.
We'll have usually about an hour or so to spend with the patient and their family. At least half of that you're spending talking about what's going on. And then typically at that point, and again, this is adult or adolescent, the first part of the exam is external. You're looking at any other factors that might be contributing to the issue. You can look at the spine, the hips, posture. You can examine the pelvic floor externally with biofeedback. You can do real-time ultrasound, so you get imaging of the pelvic floor to see whether it can contract, relax. There's a lot of information to be gleaned there. And then typically a 12-year-old, you're not going to do any sort of internal examination at all. And actually, even with some adults, if they haven't been sexually active or they have significant amounts of pain, you're not going to do an internal exam that first visit, and may not for quite some time, but definitely with adolescents, it's not standard of practice to do any sort of internal pelvic floor muscle examination.
Internal pelvic floor treatment, because it's fairly invasive, is often considered a last resort, especially for children. The next crucial step would be obtaining consent.
There's a significant amount of consent in how pelvic physical therapists practice, a lot of discussion and teamwork between referring physicians, families, parents, especially with adolescents. One of the most important things that you can do when working with kids is educate, ask, give them opportunities in different ways to give their thoughts.
For child and adult patients alike, this often means using an anatomy book or a physical model of a pelvis to explain exactly where the therapist might touch. And if the patient is a minor, there's another layer of consent.
If someone is checking that area, mom and dad have consent here. You have consent as the patient, and everyone knows that it's for a medical reason.
Finally, Dr. Pagliano says, The therapist wears gloves for any internal exam.
And so in our practice, gloves are standard. We use standard precautions just like you would do in any medical facility, regardless of whether it's outpatient, private practice.
Larry Nassar did not typically follow any of these procedures. First of all, it's typical for a doctor to refer a patient to an outside physical therapist for pelvic floor therapy. Larry did the treatment himself. Specifically, at an appointment, often without warning or consent, Larry would penetrate his patient's vagina or anus with his ungloved fingers, and he did the procedure regularly, often beginning at the first appointment and all or most of the appointments afterward. When he did talk about what he was doing, he used different inconsistent rationalizations with different people. He would position his body in between parents and their daughters so that they couldn't see what he was doing, and sometimes when they asked what he was doing, he would lie. For example, saying he was touching a girl's thigh when he was actually penetrating her. He became visibly aroused during some of his appointments. He would often close his eyes. He often massaged patients' breasts. He did this a lot, for back problems, for knee problems, for ankle problems, on at least one occasion for a wrist injury. When confronted by the authorities, he would typically describe external treatments, not internal ones. And for a lot of the patients that he did this to, their medical records mention nothing about intravaginal procedures.
Rachel, of course, didn't know all of this at the time, but she knew something was wrong. And so she began to research.
My mom helped me with a lot of it because I was, still a mid-teen, 16, 17 at the point I disclosed to her. We talked to a nurse practitioner about the treatment. We talked to a couple friends who were physical therapists, and I didn't disclose a lot of what had actually taken place, but just to kind of find out what proper procedures should look like.
She discovered what we've just described and more.
And that started to raise a lot of red flags because Larry hadn't gotten the right consent. He hadn't used gloves. He hadn't used any of just the good medical protocol for that type of treatment. We learned the types of certification and training that therapists would go through. I read national and international medical journal articles and, layman's blogs and technical blogs for osteopaths and for physical therapists, just trying to find something, anything that looked like the technique that Larry had used. None of that matched normal medical technique. And it really took years and years of research to get to the point of being able to say, I don't think any of this was legitimate.
There are girls and women who saw Larry and were subjected to this treatment hundreds of times. But because of the way he placed his body, used medical jargon, and the fact that they were often kids, many of them and many of their parents had no idea it was abuse. Here's Trinae Gonzar.
It's not like if you have cancer, you're not going to be like, I know everything about this kind of cancer and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You just trust. And he had such a good way of making everyone trust him and like him. He was just so good at making you think that what he was doing was to help. Just so good at it.
This is also probably one of the reasons so many people didn't report Larry when girls did complain. Some of them genuinely thought he was practicing legitimate medicine, although this is not the case for the abuse that Kyle Stevens endured and reported, since those incidents were not in a medical context. It is also complicated in other instances because often girls would tell one story about what happened and Larry would tell another, and Larry was the one who's believed. Rachel, in any case, knew Larry's version of pelvic floor treatment was not legitimate, but she wasn't sure what to do with the folder of research on her computer. Should she come forward about Larry? Confront him directly? Call law enforcement? USA Gymnastics? The media? No opportunity seemed right because she figured that others had complained before her.
Because I knew I wasn't the first. That's how pedophiles work. There was no way I was the first. His movements were way too brazen, way too rehearsed. And if I wasn't, that meant that other victims had been silenced. So how do you speak up? How do you get someone to take you seriously when you know something like that? And it's obvious to you that others have been silenced before you came. How do you tell someone that the Olympic team physician is a sexual abuser?
While Rachel was researching and weighing her options in Kalamazoo, from outward appearances, it looked like nothing had changed for the beloved doctor. Then, and for the following decade, if the authorities had run a background check on Larry, nothing would have come up. He continued to have unfettered access to girls. His star only rose further when he traveled to Sydney in 2000. Many at USA Gymnastics were disappointed after the 2000 Olympics. The women ended up with a bronze medal in the team event, behind their rivals Romania and Russia. And that was only after China was disqualified for lying about the age of one of its athletes. Bela Karolyi had come out of retirement seemingly last minute to coach that team, and some people felt the performance was a repudiation of his techniques, while his advocates argued that there just wasn't enough time for him to whip that year's gymnasts into shape. On the flight home from Australia, long before the China scandal was revealed more than 9 years later, it looked as though Sydney would be the first Olympics since 1972 that both the US men and women failed to win any gymnastics medal. If anything, Larry continued to be perceived as a sign of stability in a high-pressure and unpredictable sport. And soon he added a new dimension to his persona: fatherhood. The next year, Larry and Stephanie welcomed their first of 3 children. When he wasn't seeing patients at Michigan State or traveling to competitions, Larry was with his family at their ranch-style home in Holt, Michigan. For the next several years, life moved along. Then, in 2004, someone called the police. Chapter 5, The Grand Junction Presentation.
Brianne Randall Gay grew up in Hazlet, Michigan, the same town as Trinae Gonzar.
I played all types of sports growing up, but in high school, I played soccer and tennis.
But there was a challenge. Bree had scoliosis.
And as a result of scoliosis, I began suffering from chronic back pain, probably starting around 14.
She tried everything to heal her back.
At the time I saw him, I was actually getting physical therapy, seeing a chiropractor up to 3 times a week. I had seen my primary care provider, multiple orthopedics and orthopedic surgeons, and they were trying different treatments for me, but nothing was really seeming to help. So that's when I was referred to Larry and was told, he's the best of the best. Maybe he can help you so that you can avoid surgery.
It was 2004 and Bree had just turned 17. Her story is similar to many that you've heard. At her first appointment at his office at Michigan State, she recalls nothing out of the ordinary.
So my first appointment with him, I was actually with my mom. And
Sharice, he's locked up. He's doing life in prison, basically. They gave him 140 years at the end of the day, along with 60 years. It was like all combined. The next time he will ever see the light of day is the year 21-7, something like that. Or 77, something like that. He's gone for a very long time, Sharice. And then he tried to do an appeal and they denied it. He said that the judge was biased on ruling for his sentencing.
He had a student with him and it seemed great. He was really interactive with me, seemed like he was very invested in me. And the only thing that really felt weird at that appointment was at the very end, he gave me a hug, which I was a little bit uncomfortable with and I felt odd about it, but I just thought, oh, he's a great doctor. He wants to get to know me. He wants to help me.
But Bree came to her second appointment alone, and that appointment was different.
He really didn't tell me much of anything. All I remember is, I had done physical therapy and he said, is your back pain any better? And I said, no. And so he asked me to undress so he could give me a massage. And at that point, he had me just, completely undressed. I had on this pair of tearaway shorts and he laid a blanket over me and had me lay down on my stomach. And then he began massaging my back and he was just really rough with me. And he could tell that I was wincing in pain. And so he asked me, does this hurt? And I said, yeah, it hurts. And so he said, let me do something to release the pressure. And that's when he went under my shorts and was attempting to penetrate me. He, attempted to penetrate me. I was on my period at the time, so he couldn't, but he just kind of massaged around in the vaginal area. And then he began massaging my breast. This went on for probably 20 minutes, I think. And after that, I got up and he had me dress in front of him. And then he went to his desk and said, you know, we need to schedule more appointments. I need to see you like at least once a week. And so he went on to schedule, you know, weekly visits for the next couple months. And then I just, you know, left the office after that.
And what went through your mind when you left the office? I mean, it just sounds awful.
Yeah, I mean, through the whole so-called procedure, I was just so uncomfortable. And you know, my mom had always talked to me about, you know, no one should touch you there without your permission. She really ingrained that in my mind from a young age. And so I knew something was wrong because he never told me what he was doing. You know, there was no one else in the room. He wasn't wearing gloves. I just knew something was off and I felt uncomfortable. And then as I was leaving, the front desk person stopped me and said, "Oh, wait, we need to schedule more appointments for you." And I said, "Oh no, he already scheduled them." And she just looked super confused and was like, "He doesn't schedule appointments." And so at that point, I just became more and more suspicious. And I just kind of left in a daze. I had gone back to school that day and I was talking to my friends about what happened, and they were just like, that's really weird. You need to talk to someone. You need to talk to your parents. And so I called my mom. I told her exactly what happened. And luckily, you know, my mom is super understanding. She has always told me that I can be open with her and tell her everything. And so I think that's why I felt so comfortable. And then when I explained it to her, she was really concerned. And that's when I knew something was wrong and I needed to report him.
So Bree did it. She made her way to the Meridian Township Police Department and gave a report.
So I told them what had happened. The part that was uncomfortable for me was having to go to the emergency room to get a rape kit done. And so what they had me do is, you know, go in through the front doors of the emergency room. They ushered me to the back. I had a pelvic exam. My clothes were taken for evidence. I was asked a lot of personal questions. And so that was probably the most traumatic part of reporting.
The police were alarmed enough by the claims that within days of Bree's report, they brought Larry in for questioning. Larry told the police that he had touched Bree in the perineum, which is the area between the anus and the vulva, and that it was a technique known as sacrotuberous ligament release. He told the officers that he had done this technique around the world and that his writings on it were published in medical journals. Sacrotuberous ligament release is also a legitimate treatment, just as internal pelvic floor therapy is. It does not require penetration. It's external. It involves manipulation of a ligament near the tailbone, usually for a minute or two, not for 20 minutes. Of course, Larry had also massaged Bree's breasts, which was not part of the procedure. During his questioning, Larry showed the police a PowerPoint presentation loaded with medical jargon to describe his treatment and argued that his touching was medically warranted. Bree didn't see the PowerPoint at the time, and she wouldn't until years later at Larry Nassar's sentencing. Titled The Sacrotuberous Ligament, The Grand Junction, it features several pages of technical drawings and descriptions of the sacrotuberous ligament, and then pivots rather sharply to photos of hands. In at least 2 cases, they're Larry's hands, grabbing a woman's upper thighs or butt as she lies down on a table. One card, titled The ST Ligament Assessment, shows a woman on her back with her leg raised and someone's hands massaging her groin. There are no citations for these images, like there are for the images at the beginning of the PowerPoint. It's a bit jarring to look at, and it doesn't match Bree's story of what happened in that room. It's not unusual for law enforcement officials to call on experts from other fields when the content of a case may go beyond their training, but nowhere in Bree's complaint does it say that any medical professionals were contacted.
You see how he tried to manipulate the police? This guy is amazing. I cannot believe it. He told people that he was doing medical procedures, even when he touched her breast. The manipulation. And people were like, well, oh, okay. Hey, Just a T, welcome, welcome. Hey, Sharice. Welcome, everybody who just walked into the building. What's up, guys? So it's crazy. R. Kelly, he's the same kind of predator. Like what he did with those girls, Kate and Stephanie and Addie and all these girls that he did these things to. He manipulated them. He manipulated the parents. Look at Aaliyah's parents. You can trust me. It's okay. Your daughter's safe with us. And Demetrius Smith just backing everything up. Don't worry, she's in my care. I'm responsible for both of them. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. And you as the parent are trusting. You're thinking that they're doing right by you and the child in the business. But then yet, your children behind your back are being abused or even in your face. This is sad. And there are sick people in this world. And pedophiles get away with a lot of stuff. People who commit these types of sexual crimes, there's not enough sentencing in the world for them. Some of them get light sentences, a year, 2 years, depending on the crime. What? You raped a child. You molested a child. You abused a child. Whether she's 10 or she's 17, she's still a child.
A week or two later, the phone rang at Bree's house. It was the Meridian Township Police Department.
They contacted my parents and said, this is a legitimate medical procedure. This was just a misunderstanding and we're not going to be pressing charges. And I don't remember how it transpired, but I know that my parents and Larry Nassar and the detective had a meeting. And I believe it was at the township. I was asked if I wanted to come to the meeting, basically so that he could explain how this was a misunderstanding. And I told my parents I do not feel comfortable going and facing this man who just abused me and now is basically calling me a liar. And so I didn't go. My parents went. And all I know is my parents came home and said, well, he apparently this is a legitimate medical procedure. He teaches this. He has written articles about it. And so they're not pursuing it. And I just remember being so angry. And I was really angry at my parents. But I felt hopeless. Like, my parents weren't going to do anything. The police weren't going to do anything. I was 17 years old. How was I going to make a case against him?
Anger, I think, is like a very complicated, emotion. What does that look like for you? I mean, how did you keep it in? Did you punch things? Did you, what did that mean for you at the time?
I'm a pretty calm person. I don't really show my anger. I kind of keep it in. I think how it came out.
You see how the girl was 17 years old? I could imagine how Azriel felt that day in the hotel room when the cops came to the door. She had lied about her age. Her parents sent the cops there. She has R. Kelly there. He's trying to eat her booty. They're getting into sexual acts. She runs into the bathroom. I know in her mind she knew she was assaulted. She had to. She's not as dumb as we think. She couldn't say anything. She felt trapped. She felt trapped. That's how you feel. Trapped. Who's gonna believe me? And when you do say something, they look at you strange and shrug it off. Like, no, that's not possible. It's okay. Maybe you're jumping to conclusions. Maybe he didn't mean it in that way. You know, these are predatorial patterns. Everything is a pattern. Predators behave and act in patterns.
Was in anxiety, just because I was trying to hold so much in. And, you know, from that time on, I just started suffering from horrible anxiety attacks, really debilitating, to the point where I was out of school for a couple of months. I was in the emergency rooms and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And I was just having horrible panic attacks. Luckily, I was eventually started on medication and things got better. But to this day, I still suffer just horrible anxiety. I think that my parents believed Larry, that it was a medical procedure. I think my mom still had a lot of concerns about how he conducted the so-called procedure. And so she felt like that was inappropriate. But again, she didn't, you know, we went to the police. She didn't feel like there was much she could do. And so we just kind of dropped it. My dad was really sick at the time. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer. And so he died 6 months after the abuse occurred. And so there was just a lot going on. And I think it was just pushed to the side because it was easier to think of it as this was a misunderstanding. And then we didn't have to deal with it. You know, my mom and I would fight about what had happened. So I was like, I know you know, what did you say to them? What happened with this? It was really hard on our relationship. And it was just difficult, like tormenting to not know what had happened. And so everything on top of that, it was a lot.
After the allegations against Larry became public, Bree finally read that police report.
I had a feeling the police report was going to be bad, but I had no idea how bad it was going to be, how little of evidence he had to supply in order to get away. I mean, the PowerPoint's cringeworthy. It doesn't prove anything. I mean, him doing manipulation on the outside of girls' shorts, what he's doing in those PowerPoints is nothing like I explained what he did to me. And so that's what still doesn't make sense to me, is how he could have presented that and them have, you know, looked at what my report was and just let him go. I still don't get it.
So why was Bree's account swept aside?
That is a question that I have had for a very long time and I still have today. I know that it happened, and you know, the township has been transparent in the sense that they've said, yes, we made a mistake. Medical experts should have been consulted. This should have been forwarded to prosecutors. All of this stuff that should have been done that wasn't, but I don't know the why. Why wasn't it? Why was my case so different? The issue with my case is that the detective made the call on whether or not Larry was innocent and whether or not there was a case against him. You know, if he didn't make mistakes in other cases, why did he make so many in mine?
Bree's complaint sat in the filing cabinets of the Meridian Township Police Department, but it wouldn't have come up on a background check on Larry, nor was it forwarded to the prosecutor's office. In some ways, it was as if Bree's complaint had vanished into thin air. A spokesperson for the Meridian Township Police Department did not respond to multiple requests for comment.
And what's weird at the time is I wasn't really scared. I was more angry. And I think that continues to this day.
Larry went back to his practice at Michigan State. As far as anyone could tell, nothing had changed except in the lives of the girls and women he abused. What Bree could not have known at the time is that halfway across the country, others were waging a similar battle with some of America's most powerful sports institutions.
They swept things under the rug quickly to protect the institution. Sad. This is sad.
Chapter 6, The Banned List.
Senator, thank you for your question. I would like to answer it. However, I've been instructed by my attorney to assert my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. And based upon the advice of my attorney, I respectfully decline to answer your question.
Mr. Penny.
That's Steve Penny, who became the chief executive of USA Gymnastics in 2005, less than 1 year after Bree tried to get the police to act on Larry Nassar. So far, you've heard from people complaining to parents, to a coach at Michigan State, to a psychologist who was a mandatory reporter, and to the police. But there are 2 other institutions that also received complaints about sexual abuse in the sport: USA Gymnastics and its parent organization, the U.S. Olympic Committee.
USA Gymnastics is under the U.S. Olympic Committee's umbrella, just like all the other Olympic sports are: USA Swimming, USA Taekwondo, and so on. They're referred to as national governing bodies. Each has its own chief executive offices and culture. And USA Gymnastics doesn't just choose the elite team that goes to the Olympics. It also has more than 200,000 members, ranging from peewee gymnasts to world champions. In other words, an Olympic team represents a tiny fraction of USA Gymnastics membership. The vast majority of its members are just kids playing a sport before or after school. That's what makes USA Gymnastics more like the YMCA than the NFL. It makes the majority of its money, roughly 2/3 of it, from fees that members pay. When Steve Penny became president of USA Gymnastics, he was revered for his media and public relations background. In fact, he had been so successful in his previous role at USA Cycling that none other than Lance Armstrong, who would later be disgraced in a scandal of his own, nicknamed him Dime.
But Steve Penny inherited a problem when he took the USA Gymnastics job: child abuse.
I mean, Nassar is a horrible big bad, and it's easy to, it's horrible because he's a doctor, and so that's like the worst possible kind of offense and all of that stuff. But these problems have been happening with gymnastics coaches for years.
That's Jessica O'Byrne, the host of Gymcastic.
And the biggest problem with gymnastics coaches is they get fired from one place. There isn't enough to prove criminally that they've done anything, so there isn't a criminal record. And then they just move to another state or to another gym, and there's nothing when someone does a background check that will pick up that they're a bad guy. USA Gymnastics has a membership system, and they have a permanently ineligible list, which we call the banned list. And they have always said that they can't put people on the banned list unless they had committed an actual crime.
Court records have shown that Kathy Scanlon, one of Steve Penny's predecessors at USA Gymnastics, did alert executives at the U.S. Olympic Committee that there were concerns about sexual abuse within the sport. She later said in a deposition that the U.S. Olympic Committee told her she shouldn't follow USA Gymnastics' own protocol for pursuing claims of abuse. This battle continued on until at least October 1999, when Robert Colarossi, who was president of USA Gymnastics before Steve Penny, wrote a letter to the U.S. Olympic Committee executives. Sexual abuse, the letter said, was, quote, not an issue that can be wished away. The U.S. Olympic Committee can, quote, either position itself as a leader in the protection of young athletes, or it can wait until it is forced to deal with the problem under much more difficult circumstances.
In the letter, Robert Colarossi included a copy of a Sports Illustrated article by William Knack that had come out on September 13th of 1999. The cover of that issue was a matrix of mugshots, below an ominous all-caps question: who is coaching your kid? The article inside was an explosive expose of sexual predation in Little League Baseball, and notably, it described a coach with a very similar profile to Larry Nassar, a well-liked, highly socially aware man who preyed on kids who trusted him and whom he had groomed extensively. This man, by the time he was arrested and put in prison, estimated that he had molested a couple of hundred kids. The article went on to describe him as a known type of child predator, a person who is sexually attracted to children and excellent at building trust with his victims, parents, and surrounding community. Studies show, the article says, that on average, this type of predator victimizes about 120 children before being caught. Robert Colarossi pointed out in his letter that under the U.S. Olympic Committee's way of doing things, someone who was arrested on charges of child molestation and then freed on bond could go back to a USA Gymnastics gym and coach the next day. To try and prevent that from happening, Colarossi pushed for the ability to suspend USA Gymnastics members who had been charged with felonies related to children at least until USA Gymnastics could conduct a proper investigation, and to immediately ban them if they were convicted. Executives with the U.S. Olympic Committee at the time actually threatened to decertify USA Gymnastics if it continued to push for these policies. That's the sports governance way of stripping USA Gymnastics of its power to manage itself. Even though the policies have changed throughout the years, what happened in practice with abuse allegations throughout the 1990s and 2000s, critics said, was confusing and inconsistent. The mantra, generally, was to follow the courts. And though the organization framed itself as, and was generally considered to be, progressive when it came to protecting kids from abuse, its practices meant that often the reputations and careers of member coaches and other adults were protected over the safety of children. Wow. Here's Jessica.
But the problem with that, and why it makes me want to punch every USA Gymnastics president in the face, is that if you really cared about preventing sexual abuse, wouldn't you do the right thing and risk a lawsuit for libel from one of these coaches?
Let's take a moment to consider the role of money in Olympic sports.
The U.S. Olympic Committee is not a branch of government or part of a sports ministry. It's a nonprofit organization. It's responsible for its own fundraising, a lot of which comes through television deals and corporate sponsorships.
Many billions of dollars are pumped into the U.S. Olympic Committee and pro sports leagues every year via lucrative television deals, a shift that has changed most sports and the Olympics overall drastically. Money and viewers come with medals, and for decades, Olympic athletes have complained that they don't see much of that money. They typically live off of salaries that are meager. In contrast, the U.S. Olympic Committee staff and national governing body staffs are often paid well. Steve Penny, for example, made an annual salary of roughly $400,000, which would increase to $625,000 by 2016.
So if you really believed and really wanted protected kids, and that was really something you cared about, you would do the right thing and pay out for libel cases. Because if you don't, and all this sexual abuse builds up, the whole organization is going to go under.
And in 2011, it looked like that warning might come true.
I covered gymnastics on and off since the early 90s.
This is Scott Reed, a reporter who's now at the Orange County Register in California. In this era, when star coaches and doctors like Larry were being given even more power and influence in the sport, Scott was asking questions about what price the athletes were paying.
I covered the University of Georgia. They're a big college gymnastics powerhouse. I was around that program a lot and saw kind of the wreckage that elite gymnastics caused. They recruited a lot of high-profile kids, a lot of elite gymnasts, and you just saw what they were broken by the time they got the university system. Eating issues, alcohol issues, substance issues, because they're trying to numb what they've been through. The sport was an abusive sport.
According to Scott's reporting in 2004, 93% of gymnasts had either broken bones or had been injured badly enough to require surgery. That's even more stunning considering that gymnastics is not a contact sport. Looking at the data, gymnasts and cheerleaders, by some measures, have catastrophic injury rates on par with football players.
The force that they generated, it was just it really made you take a step back. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. The physics of it. I decided in 2004 to do a story on just the toll this was taking. And I think that story is really important because the physical and emotional abuse that this sport creates lays the groundwork for the sexual abuse.
When that report was released, and as he continued to report on gymnastics, Scott started getting mysterious emails.
I would get emails from a phantom reader saying, you need to look at this, you need to look at that.
The phantom reader, who wrote to Scott anonymously for years, was particularly emphatic about rumors that a gymnast named Do Yamashiro and a coach named Don Peters had a sexual relationship when he trained her, including when she was a minor in the 1980s. That would be statutory rape in California. If Scott could break open the Don Peters story, there was a chance that it could bring forward bigger questions about the culture around the sport, who was in charge, and what allowed behavior like Don's to go under the radar. But like any good reporter, Scott needed solid evidence that the allegations about Don's sexual abuse of gymnasts were true. And when he reached out to Do directly, she wouldn't talk.
And so talking to people I know in the sport, I put together a list of people who I thought could be this person trying to guide me in a way.
Scott eventually reached the Phantom Reader, a former gymnast.
So I found her number. I called her. I said, "Are you the one that's sending me this?" And she goes, "Yeah."
That gymnast eventually connected Scott with another woman who connected him with Do Yamashiro. Scott would ultimately learn that Dawn had had sex with at least 3 gymnasts, 2 of whom were reportedly underage. The other was 18. But that wasn't all. Scott learned that another coach, Doug Boger, was also accused of child abuse. Doug had been criminally investigated and acquitted of abuse in the early 1980s when he was coaching, and hadn't been separately investigated by USA Gymnastics at that time. Scott found that in 2008 and 2009, a number of former gymnasts had sent Steve Penny detailed complaints of previous physical and sexual abuse by Doug Boger, but the investigation went slowly. It took USA Gymnastics 3 months to even contact the gymnasts after it received the complaints. In fact, in 2009, USA Gymnastics, with these complaints from gymnasts in hand, had named Doug Boger Coach of the Year. It didn't permanently ban him from USA Gymnastics gyms and events until 2010. When Scott published the article in 2011, Doug was still working as a gymnastics coach at a non-USA Gymnastics gym. That gym was owned by a convicted sex offender.
Scott's stories about Don Peters and Doug Boger ran a week apart in late September and early October 2011. They painted a clear picture of a broken culture, injuries, physical abuse, sexual assault, and silence. Because USA Gymnastics kept its reasons for banning particular coaches confidential, it was extremely difficult for the rare parents who were even aware of the bans to ascertain whether their kids would be safe with a banned coach. In the story, a parent said he was scolded by a USA Gymnastics staff member for repeatedly asking why Doug Boger had been banned. What's more, even though banned coaches could only work at gyms that did not have USA Gymnastics memberships, those gyms could still send their students to USA Gymnastics events, as long as the gymnasts themselves were USA Gymnastics members. So there were plenty of ways that banned coaches like Doug could maintain their careers and have access to children. This was an organization that encouraged its athletes to compete like pros, but when it came to basic administration and due diligence, many complained that it was amateur hour.
Those 2 cases illustrate the culture that enabled Nassar.
Not only was there a general leniency toward abuse, but Scott found there was a more direct connection to Larry as well. If elite gymnasts did want to report issues like abuse, there was someone they were supposed to go to, an athlete rep. But that athlete rep apparently had influence on team selection.
It was supposed to be the person that, if you have a problem, you go to, and gymnasts did. They went and confided to her, and she immediately told Marta.
Taryn Humphrey, a 2004 Olympian, was an athlete rep at that time. In a statement, she told us that as an ex-police officer, she would have taken the appropriate steps if any athlete had come to her with any such information. She told us, "I take well-documented notes and absolutely no athlete ever came to me in reference to Dr. Nassar." She also added that people tend to forget that there are 2 athlete representatives and 1 USOC athlete representative. An athlete's #1 resource is their parents and coaches. So Scott says the gymnast started turning to another person for help.
It got to the point where Larry was the one guy they could confide in. So Larry wouldn't, abuse me. And part of it is what Nassar.
The initial public reaction to Scott's stories in the Orange County Register was encouraging.
They're getting a little traction, and this is before the social media and is really big, and it looks like this has got people's attention.
But then something happened that directed the public's attention elsewhere. Another sexual abuse story explodes in the media. Penn State.
You wake up one morning and it's all Sandusky all the time.
Jerry Sandusky, a longtime assistant coach with the storied college football program, was accused of molesting boys.
And it was frustrating in that I think if those 2 stories had stayed in the focus and continued to gain traction, then I think USA Gymnastics really would have had to done something then, and that maybe Nassar would have been exposed. Maybe somebody would have said, "Hey, Larry Nassar is doing something similar to me that Peters did to Yamashiro." And I can't help thinking that if more people had seen that story, that maybe Nassar would have been exposed earlier. And it just got swallowed up. It was like a little, milk carton in the ocean, and it was just buried.
We now know that Scott's theory is worth considering. If his 2011 story had continued to gain traction, it's not far-fetched that someone might have publicly reported Larry then, as questions were being raised about overall safety in the gymnastics world. Rachel Denhollander, at the very least, was waiting to reveal her abuse until the public was focused on what went on behind the scenes in the sport, until there was some kind of reckoning with general abuse within the culture. But this moment wouldn't be it.
Meanwhile, other people in the Olympic movement tried to blow the whistle on sexual predators, not just in gymnastics, but in all Olympic sports, from inside their organizations.
My coach was molesting my teammate when I was training with him the last year. His name's Mitch Ivey, and it took us 30 years to get this guy out of sport.
This is Nancy Hogshead McCarr. She does legal advocacy for girls and women in sports. That has included fighting the issues of child abuse and sexual assault ever since she was an Olympic athlete herself in the 1980s.
I'm an Olympic champion from the 1984 Olympics. I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I run an organization called Champion Women, and we provide legal advocacy for girls and women in sports.
Nancy competed as a swimmer and won 3 gold medals and a silver, making her one of the most decorated swimmers in the sport's history. And to understand how Larry Nassar got away with abuse, even as many people complained, it's important to understand that even the top Olympians faced considerable headwinds in trying to be heard.
It's about 5 or 6 of us women, a couple guys too, who every time that he would be up for getting hired at a new team, we would repeat to them how awful this guy was.
Nancy left swimming after the 1984 Games and eventually became a lawyer with a focus on Title IX issues on college campuses. In that job, she received complaints about abuse happening within the world of the U.S. Olympic Committee and its related national governing bodies.
It took me a while, but holy cow, there's nothing here. Not only is there no playbook, but it was actually designed not to hold anybody accountable. The bottom line was, we really don't do that. That's really not our job. The police do that. The family courts do that. The clubs are supposed to take care of that. This is the parents' job. This is a societal issue.
In 2010, Nancy said that she tried to work with Scott Blackman, the chief executive of the U.S. Olympic Committee, who had assumed the role in January of that year. Remember that the U.S. Olympic Committee oversees national groups such as USA Swimming and USA Gymnastics. Nancy's goal was to get policies in place at the U.S. Olympic Committee that would help protect athletes from sexual abuse. Policies that would apply to all sports, including gymnastics.
Scott was playing this game with me where he would say like, hey, why don't you write another policy and we'll look at it. We'll give it to a committee and they will examine it. And then we'll have other people. It was like they were just running me ragged and it was worthless. So I thought, this is an unsuccessful strategy. So let's try something else.
There was about to be an International Swimming Hall of Fame induction for a former president of USA Swimming who had protected Mitch Ivey and other coaches from accusations of abuse. Nancy felt she couldn't get a response from within the U.S. Olympic Committee, so she tried a different route.
So we actually got 19 victims together, along with 29 people. We called them the stalwarts of the sport. So these were Hall of Fame athletes and coaches who, if you're in the sport, you would have known every single name on there. 29 other people to be supportive of saying he should not be in the Hall of Fame. So then we put together this, I think it was like a 12-page document that said everything from not only the individual stories, but also how he had worked with legislatures to make sure that he didn't have civil liability. How it was that he had worked with, how vicious he had been with certain victims who had come forward and said they needed help, and the bad things that he had done with them. How that he was only willing to make the smallest changes at the end of a sword. That unless somebody was really threatening him, they were not making any changes at all. So we submitted these materials. They went to the media immediately. It was front page news of, not just front page of the sports page, front page news of USA Today and all these other media outlets, and it made it through the Olympic world very, very quickly.
Shortly after the articles were published, Scott Blackman made an announcement that the U.S. Olympic Committee would open the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, an organization focused on preventing sexual assault, harassment, hazing, bullying, and child abuse in sports.
And so that's when I started, my strategy was much more on sort of external, because trying to work internally, trying to work you would think being an Olympic champion, being a lawyer, and knowing who all the players are for most of my life, that I would have been able to, make a change within. And I was only able to make a change when people like you, when the media came forward and the outside world demanded change from the inside. Doing something over and over again and failing and expecting different results is the definition of insanity, right? But honestly, being an advocate means doing the same thing and saying the same thing over and over and over again until you kind of build an audience and you build some people to have understanding. I mean, just our efforts to try to get people to understand this concept that the Olympic Committee said they didn't owe a legal duty that extended to the athletes. Nobody was getting that until Nassar came along. But I've been literally writing this in articles for the past, 8 years. I think broken people don't make the best athletes. I think whole people make much better athletes and human beings. So this idea that you can't maximize your sponsorship opportunities and protect kids at the same time. Duh, of course you can.
Chapter 7. It didn't have to be this way.
Back in Michigan, Donna Markham watched over Chelsea as she struggled with the fallout of Larry's abuse. Chelsea was often under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Her grades were slipping. Donna did everything she could to ease Chelsea's suffering, but she still felt helpless.
Well, first of all, it's heartbreaking to know that your child has experienced this. And at their ages, they should never have experienced it. And I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying it's different. If you go through a sexual abuse when you're in college or after college or on a date situation or something, you're older, you're more mature, you understand what happened to you. These young girls who haven't even started their periods don't have a clue. At least in my opinion, my daughter wouldn't have known what sexual abuse was because she thought she was being treated by the doctor for her back and her tailbone. And there was no ever a reason for us to question them because we didn't know what was going on. But when we found out that it was going on, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking that an adult would take such advantage of a young girl for self-satisfaction. You just want to take your child and just hug them and never let them go and say, it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. But the humiliation and infliction and the mind, the way it affects them, there's no way to see that unless they tell you. I mean, when it's all held inside, you might hear them are crying silently and you wonder what's wrong. You go and say, okay, are you okay, honey? I'm fine. They didn't want to talk about it. The further it was away from them, the better it was. I know I'm an oversensitive parent, but it just broke my heart. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know how to help her. I didn't know what to do. This is a kid that they said, well, she was adopted. When we picked her up at the airport and they put her in my arms, I gave birth. That connection was there immediately. So this is my child you're talking about, not some little orphan abandoned adoptee. This is my baby. This is a baby I sat up with for a year on a couch because I couldn't lay her down. This is the one that screamed when I left her at school. This is the one that liked to do movies with me and go shopping with me. And she didn't care. This is my daughter you're talking about.
It had been more than a decade since Chelsea first told her mother about the abuse. It had been years of therapy, of spiraling behavior, of drug abuse, of depression, of swings up and down. Chelsea had also told her mother that she had been raped at a concert during this period, which had made things even worse. Donna was at her wit's end. And then things started to change.
She finally got her life turned around and she had a job. She had a good, nice boyfriend. She had money in the bank. And then something happened. And sometimes when you get a job, last one hired, first one to go when they have cutbacks or something. So she lost her job after a year, and she wasn't in a position to not have a job because she had car payments and apartment and everything. And then she moved back home, brought Jack with her, the dog, and her and her boyfriend broke up like that same week or following week. And Chelsea disappeared for a weekend. It was like going back 5 years. And so I kept calling. And I had told her as an adult, if you're not coming home, all you got to do is call me and say, Mom, I'm not coming home tonight. But unless I hear that key in the door, I can't sleep, and that's just, I think, a thing parents do, especially with girls. I had to, kept calling her cell, and finally her voicemail was full, probably from me calling so much. And so I was on my way to work. It was on Monday morning, and I called, and this time I could leave a message. And I told her, I said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I said, you just took me back 4 years, 4 or 5 years. And I said, I want you to pack your things and leave the keys on the table. And when I get home, I want you gone. I can't do this anymore. Because I knew exactly what she did. She went and binged. She had started drugs again. And she binged for a whole weekend, which meant that Friday was payday. So she probably spent her whole check. And I said, you owe me for your car payment, and you owe me for your rent payment. And, I was not a pleasant person to her on the phone, because it was like my breaking point. I had been through this for 10 years, and now was my breaking point. And so I got to work, and my voicemail light was flashing, and I answered it, and picked up, and it was her. And it just said, Mom, I love you. I'll love you forever. I knew there was something wrong. So I called home, and my husband said, you need to come home right now. I had just gotten to work. And he said, you need to come home. And I did. I called my boss, and I said, I'm leaving. I have an emergency at home. And I had an hour drive, 15 minutes from downtown. And all the way home, I kept just praying, please, God, please. And when I got here, the medical examiner's truck was in the driveway. And I knew. My husband came out. I just kind of collapsed. I know.
Chelsea Markham had taken her own life. She was 23 years old.
I just didn't want it to be true. And the medical examiner happens to be my friend's daughter. We're all kind of interconnected out here in what used to be the boonies. And her name is Renee. And I said, Renee, I want to see her. And she said, no, you don't. I said, yes, I do. I said, I have to say goodbye to her. And he said, you can do it at the funeral home. And I said, no, I want to see her before you take her. So they brought her up, and they closed my garage and gave me a few minutes alone with her. And, the only thing I told her was, that I loved her. I said, and it didn't have to be this way.
In the end, Chelsea Markham was not able to heal from what happened to her. Her story is a reminder that the stakes for solving problems like sexual abuse are high. She left behind a heartbroken family. Larry Nassar's abuse had created an avalanche of pain.
There's lives at stake here. And you either spiral to the depths of depression that are so deep that you can't find your way out. You don't see a way out. Even though there's help for you, you don't think that you can get there. Or that you're not worthy of it, and depending upon what else has gone on in your life, any other abuse or bad relationships, there's all these other influences. Being able to get out or not get to that point is an accomplishment most people would never understand. So how does it affect you? It affects you deep within your soul. It affects parents, it affects the siblings, it affects the grandparents, it affects everybody, friends. It turns your whole life upside down. That's how it is. That's how it is.
We'll share
a moment of silence. To all you R. Kelly supporters, to all you R. Kelly supporters, do you not understand that there is no right way for a victim to react? We do not act the same. Some of us get help. Some of us bottle it up. Some of us get deeply depressed. Some of us take our own lives. Some of us act promiscuous. Some of us act closed up and hide. This is not a joke. This is real. You supporters will never understand, or you don't want to understand. What R. Kelly did to these girls is not right. Yes, they might have wanted to be there at the moment because he promised them things, or they had stars in their eyes. They never asked to be abused or traumatized or blackmailed. He's committed crimes and he's where he will be, and he will remain there, just like this sick man. It's hard for a victim to come forward. There's so many things that prevent us from coming forward. And then they want to know why. This is why. This is exactly why. Nobody wants to listen to us. No one wants to believe us. Why are pedophiles more protected than we are? And that goes for boys and girls, men and women. You people have to come to see the light. This man is guilty. It was proven in court. 30 years. It's time that this stops. It has to stop around the world. And it's got to start somewhere. And it's not about a black man, because this man right here is white. He's not black. It's about these predators. It doesn't matter your race. So let's knock it off with that stupid shit. And these were not teenage adults. There's no such damn word. There is no word as a teenage adult. They are children. A teenage adult is a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old. That's a teenage adult. That's what you consider a teenager who's about to jump out into the world of adulthood. Let's get that right. They're teenagers, children, 17 and under. And R. Kelly is a predator at the end of the day. Period. And Lisa Jones, you have a problem, get out the room. Word up. You don't like the fact that I'm comparing your lover boy to this monster? Because they're about the same. So is Keith Raniere and everybody else that falls behind them. There's many more. And a lot of them are white. How about that? It's about time that the black man goes down too. It's time that we stop protecting them. That's what it's about. It's time that we stop protecting these predators. Get them off the streets. Doesn't matter where you come from. Whether you're Joe Schmo or you're R. Kelly. You gotta go. Period. Let me continue.
Donna's journey towards healing in a future chapter.
How does it affect you? It affects you deep within your soul. It affects parents. It affects the siblings. It affects the grandparents. It affects everybody. Friends. It turns your whole life upside down. That's how it is. That's how it is.
We'll share Donna's journey towards healing in a future chapter. We want to remind you that we have links to mental health resources at audible.com/twisted.
Chapter 8, God Complex. In the early 2010s, Larry's access to children increased, along with his power and reputation. He won awards. He co-authored half a dozen papers on injuries in gymnastics. He lectured about medical procedures and further entrenched himself as a medical expert in the Olympic community at large. In October 2010, Larry, who had learned that his oldest daughter was autistic, registered a nonprofit group with the Michigan State Attorney General. It was called the Gymnastics Doctor Autism Foundation. Its stated mission was to, quote, raise awareness in the gymnastics community about the inclusion of children with special needs, including, but not exclusive to, those with autism. He also started teaching children at a nearby Catholic church, St. Thomas Aquinas in East Lansing. The church has not responded to requests for comment. Though there are no public reports of abuse at those organizations, he certainly had more access to children. Here's Tom Brennan, the coach in Michigan who knew Larry.
To be honest with you, here's my opinion. My opinion is that he started it off doing it once or twice to see if he can get away with it. And then when he found out no one's saying anything, no one's doing anything, I can do this more. And I think he got ballsier as time went on, thinking I can get away with this. That's what I think. God complex.
In Lansing, we paid a visit to the office of Nicole Dingwell.
I am a licensed master social worker. I'm an addictions therapist and a trauma therapist.
You heard Nicole describing grooming behaviors much earlier. She confirmed that this kind of escalation can certainly play a part with sexual abuse, especially if sex addiction is involved.
You took $1. That was exciting. You got away with it. What can I do now? I really want to get this for myself. So I took 50. Nobody noticed. And you just keep up in the ante. And sexual addiction works in that way. People find themselves living outside of their own moral code, doing things that if other people said it to them, they would be so highly judgmental of that person, but they can't stop themselves. And the sex dehumanizes because this is a means to an end. I'm going to get my fix. I don't care who it is, what it is. That's all I'm doing. And I'm going to go on. And oftentimes the cycle is they get triggered into that place where they really want that. They act out. And then it's shame. Their self-esteem is going down. I was going to stop. I don't want to do that. They're disgusted by whatever behavior happened. But then that affects their self-esteem and their thoughts of themselves. And they go right back into that cycle to act out to feel better. And it's just this cycle. So I do believe that in the escalation, that risk increases, that you take more risks because it's more of a thrill. I can't say in particular for him, but there can be that overconfidence, or there's a part of the person that just doesn't care anymore. There are people who actually want to get caught. In that moment of getting caught, they sit back and they go, finally, they're going to make me stop.
In 2012, John Getter, the co-owner and head coach at Twistars, was named the head coach of the women's Olympic gymnastics team. This meant he would oversee America's top 5 gymnasts, who were nicknamed the Fierce Five: Jordan Weber, whom he personally coached, Allie Raceman, Michaela Maroney, Gabby Douglas, and Kyla Ross. All of these women would later say they were abused by Larry. John and Larry had been close friends for years by this point, and at least one gymnast has claimed that John walked in on one of Larry's sessions in 2010 when Larry was penetrating her with his fingers, and that his reaction was to joke, quote, "I guess her back really did hurt."
As John's star rose, so did Larry's, and what John knew about Larry and when would become key questions when it came to understanding what happened to one of the best athletes in the sport, Michaela Maroney. Michaela grew up in Orange County, California, as the child of 2 athletic parents. She was an active kid who tumbled around a lot and began gymnastics classes when she was 9 years old. In only a few years, she would land top rankings at national competitions. Vault and floor exercise were her strongest events. But behind Michaela's ambitions and accolades, there was a confused and angry girl. One moment at the 2011 World Championships was pivotal for her. She was 15 years old. Here's Jessica O'Byrne of Gymcastic.
2011 Tokyo Gymnastics World Championships. Michaela Maroney is on the plane with Larry Nassar. He gives her some kind of pill, which she thinks is a sleeping pill. She doesn't really remember how, but she ended up in his bedroom where he has her completely naked on the bed, and he's on top of her, basically humping her with an erection with his hands inside of her. She's crying hysterically. And the next day, she doesn't tell anybody, but she's on the bus with the team. And she says, he was basically fingering me, kind of making a joke at it, but clearly wanting someone to say something was wrong and help her. And she says that another team member told her, "Don't even joke about that. That's not funny," and just shut her down. And there were other adults on the bus. We don't know for sure if they heard what she said or not.
Michaela said in court records that John Geddert was in the vehicle. There's no known evidence that John reported the conversation to USA Gymnastics or to the authorities.
The question remains, how is an adult giving a child a controlled substance? A sleeping pill should probably be a controlled substance without a prescription. How did nobody know that he was alone in the room with her? Why did she not feel safe telling anybody what happened? She somehow went on to become vault world champion, which I think is the most incredible, insane, saddest thing in the whole world.
Less than a year later, Michaela fell during a tumbling pass and got a mild concussion and a nasal fracture. This was potentially devastating news. 2012 was an Olympic year. Larry walked her off of the floor.
Based on her strong previous performances, USA Gymnastics allowed Michaela to compete at the Olympic trials. By this point, it was clear to the gymnasts and their coaches that while the results at trials mattered, Marta Crowley could still handpick the Olympic team. This meant that what Marta thought about a team member's health was more important than ever, a subtle but important way that Larry gained more power. The concussion wasn't the only concern for Michaela, though. A previous bone break in her right toe was aggravated. But Larry cleared her for the games in London, where she performed what is arguably one of the best vaults in the history of gymnastics, helping the Americans secure the team gold for the first time since 1996. Days later, she won a silver medal in the vault final, missing gold because of a rare fall. That's when Michaela's face became an internet meme, her lips puckered to one side as her eyes squinted seemingly in disappointment during the medal ceremony, went viral, alongside the words, "Michaela is not impressed." She took it in stride, even making the face along President Barack Obama during a post-Olympics visit to the White House. She was a tremendous athlete with crossover appeal and a commanding social media presence. But that wasn't the whole story. Larry, according to court records, continued his abuse, including on the night before she and her team won gold in London. All told, Michaela said she was abused from 2009 to 2013.
What Michaela and her teammates did in London athletically was nothing short of stunning. They won the second team gold medal for the United States and the first team gold on international soil. But to many, it appeared that the adults were more than eager to take the credit. Steve Penny enthusiastically took part in press events with athletes and corporate sponsors, including the gifting of a box of Kellogg's cornflakes to Gabby Douglas. John Geddert was so proud of London that he got a tattoo on his back to commemorate the experience. It's a crest with an American flag hovering behind Big Ben and the Olympic rings. It reads, "London 2012 Gold." One blogger posted a photo of it with a caption, "It's as if he did the vaults himself." Here's Spencer Barnes.
Usually when you get a tattoo for the Olympics, they are athletes, or if a coach gets it, it's a little small thing. In his mind, he did this because that was what he learned throughout all of coaching, that you are the coach, you are the leader, you have accomplished this. And if a gymnast, if this ball of clay that you were coaching did something, it was on you.
Yet after the London Games, other reflections were far less enthusiastic. When the U.S. Olympic Committee medical team evaluated various national team doctors, Larry received low marks for his performance. According to an investigation by the law firm Ropes & Gray in 2018, Dr. Bill Moreau, the new managing director of sports medicine for the U.S. Olympic Committee, had a conversation with Larry in London about treating gymnasts outside of the designated medical area. He told Larry that he, quote, shouldn't take care of athletes alone and recommended a chaperone. Larry responded that Marta Caroli, quote, won't let me treat the gymnasts next to the other athletes because she did not want the gymnasts to be with the boxers. Later, Dr. Moreau visited Larry's treatment area in London and said he saw Larry treating athletes with others present. He concluded there was no reason to believe that, quote, the treatment setting was unsafe or inappropriate. In its evaluation of Larry that year, the U.S. Olympic Committee found that he was very dedicated to his female athletes. However, Larry received an unsatisfactory score on functions as a team player, with the note that he did not appear to trust other medical providers to work with his athletes. Larry received an overall score of 41 out of 70, according to the report, and the recommendation was that he should not work at the next Olympic Games. Yet that low score did not stop him from working with the national team athletes. By outward appearances, he was on track to be credentialed for the 2016 Olympics in Rio. Chapter 9, Nassar's Online Life.
There's another element of Larry's abuse that also went overlooked for many years, his online life. Larry maintained a robust Facebook and Instagram presence. He regularly used the platforms to schedule appointments, message girls directly, send them compliments on how they looked in their prom dresses and at competitions, and other missives. At least once, Larry's Facebook account was flagged and suspended for being suspicious, and then somehow he got back on the site. He even joked about it with a colleague. We'll talk more about that later. Larry's Facebook activity also contained clues as to how he protected powerful people in gymnastics, even when they harmed athletes. For years, Larry positioned himself as the good guy, the one you could trust. One of his Facebook conversations concerning an incident that occurred in the fall of 2013 demonstrates him exploiting that role.
According to police records reported by CNN, in October 2013, over a year after he had returned from the London Games, John took an 11-year-old gymnast into a locker room at Twist Stars, stepped on her foot, grabbed her arm, and pushed her up against a wall. The little girl was very frightened. Her grandmother told the police, and 2 days later, officers showed up at John's house, where he told them that it was a, quote, discipline meeting, where she, quote, got her ass chewed, but he denied assaulting her. Soon after, Larry messaged the grandmother on Facebook to talk about it. In the conversation, Larry positioned himself very quickly as just inviting her to talk about a difficult situation. But soon, he put the pressure on. Just ask to drop it if you are not 100% sure that you want to close John's gym and have him banned from USA Gymnastics for the rest of his life, Larry told the grandmother. Larry warned her that if that happened, many people are affected. Instead, Larry wanted her to let him talk to John. You gave him his first ass kicking, he said. And now it's my turn. Worried, the grandmother responded that there were several other complaints she'd heard about John, but people were afraid to address his behavior. The girls and the parents are afraid he will just take it out on them even more, she said. She added, living in fear isn't the way an athlete should grow.
In the conversation, the grandmother also mentions another woman with a case pending against John. She says this woman encouraged her to come forward as well, and told her that it was time for someone to stand up to John. Larry, however, contradicts the grandmother, saying that this same woman has just told him that she'd already dropped her own case and that she loves John and Catherine. He tells the grandmother that this woman trusts him because, quote, she feels I tell a straight story and I'm a good listener. All of this understandably confuses the grandmother. She writes to Larry, how do I know who to believe? And concludes, I think I just need to stop talking about it. Larry responds by telling her that he has nothing to gain from being deceitful. My life, he says, is about honesty and trust. We don't know whether Larry was lying, if the woman had really told him she was dropping her case. But it's not the only time that Larry has been described as helping to cover up John's alleged abuses. According to CNN, a concerned letter written to Steve Penny that same year, 2013, describes, among other incidents, Larry meeting with the Getterts, another little girl, and her family. The letter writer says that this girl had just attempted to take her own life, and the writer said that part of her stress was due to John's verbally abusive behavior. The letter writer describes the meeting as intended to pressure the girl and her family to stay silent in order to protect John's reputation.
Then there's another piece of digital evidence from around that time, an interview with Jessica O'Byrne on her new podcast.
Saturday, you have to wake up and draft your fantasy gymnastics team. Make sure you're doing that. I'm already stressing out about it. Like, my hands are sweating.
Jessica started Gymnastic in 2012, just as podcasting was beginning to enter the mainstream.
I wanted to create a podcast because I wanted gymnastics to get the same attention that other sports get. And I realized what I also really wanted was a watchdog. And so I think we have kind of become that. And turns out it was even more needed than we thought.
In December 2013, Jessica landed a big guest for the show.
He has been the U.S. national team physician since 1996. He is also an associate professor at Michigan State University's medical school, and he's the team doctor for the gymnastics team. So, no big deal. I don't know when he sleeps, honestly, but he's great. I'm going to stop going on and on about how awesome he is.
Larry Nassar.
Not just physically, but mentally, you have to protect your athletes.
It was just 2 months after the incident with the grandmother in Michigan, but during the taping, Larry sounded like someone fighting for all the things Jessica wanted.
Gymnast first, gymnast first, gymnast first.
Here's Spencer Barnes.
He knew exactly what to say. He knew exactly what Jessica wanted to hear. Every single answer, when you listen to it now, is exactly what, if I were doing an impression of Jessica, these are the things I would say. He was parroting back exactly what you wanted to hear.
Nothing gets in the way of gymnast first. Gymnast centered, their health, physical and mental. Then comes everyone else. And that includes parents, that includes coaches, that includes the administration. Everything else is secondary to that.
I've followed gymnastics since 1992, and I was an early Gymcastic listener. I heard the Larry Nassar episode soon after it came out. 5 years later, I spoke to Jessica and Spencer about that interview. I remember listening to that podcast and thinking, it is so cool that Jessica and Spencer have an interview with Larry Nassar. I cannot wait to listen to this. I thought it was this inside window into this world that, we generally don't get a view into. You've chosen to leave that podcast up. Can you talk a little bit about when you first did that podcast, how you felt, when you heard the news, and why you've decided to leave it up?
The podcast is still up and I refuse to take it down, even though we've had people write to our sponsors and say they'll never buy things from our sponsors if we don't take that episode down. And I won't ever take it down because it's evidence. It's evidence of what grooming behavior sounds like. It's evidence of important things like that Larry Nassar was certified by the USOC to be an Olympic doctor, which also makes the USOC liable for what he did. I think it's so important to see, how I sound, which is so embarrassing, but I have to remember that, like, the way I sound, which is so happy to have him on the show and so grateful that he's there protecting the gymnast and he's the one good guy in this sea of terrible abusive coaches who's really looking out for the gymnast. That's how everybody felt. He was the savior in this abusive system. There are some elite coaches who are great and aren't abusive, and then there are so many who are, and the system is so incredibly hard to get out of without emotional scars. And he was the good guy. So when I listen to that podcast, I think this is how everybody felt. It's no wonder he could get away with what he did because everyone trusted him.
Here's Spencer Barnes.
We have such low expectations for everyone in gymnastics because there are so many unbearable people who have been really high-profile coaches who never say the right things.
That being said, Jessica added that she immediately believed the survivors when the truth about Larry came out.
It's like accusing Santa Claus of being a pedophile. That's how serious this was. And you just wouldn't do that unless it's true. You just wouldn't. It would be like attacking like the most beloved figure you can ever think of in your entire life who would never do anything wrong to you. And accuse that person of the most heinous, horrific thing possible, besides murder, which this might be worse than murder. That's why I believed them right away, instantly, without question.
The whole interview can be heard on gymnastic.com.
And finally, when we talk about Larry's online life, we also have to talk about the videos. Early in his career, Larry began making videos. Some of them were later up on his now-defunct website, gymnasticsdoctor.com, and on his Facebook pages. Those videos were demonstrations of physical therapy techniques using the gymnasts he worked with as models. Some were recordings of actual appointments. Occasionally, Larry would ask parents to film their children's appointments so that they could refer back to the exercises he recommended the girls do at home. The clips are reminiscent of the PowerPoint presentation that Larry showed the Meridian Township when Bree Randall complained in 2004. The ones that he posted publicly don't include, that we know of, anything explicit, but they are uncomfortable to watch. Larry doing gluteal massages on girls, pulling legs, that kind of thing. In at least one video of an appointment posted on YouTube in 2011 and since taken down, commenters at the time pointed out how unusual it was for a doctor to touch a little girl so much. But there are videos besides the ones that were posted publicly, and disturbing images are referenced in court records. He filmed some abuse at his house with a GoPro. At least one of his videos, which takes place in a swimming pool, appears to depict Larry inappropriately touching young children outside of a medical context. Then, there are the images that Larry possessed. At some point, perhaps as early as 2003, Larry owned a hard drive full of explicit child pornography. More than a decade would pass before authorities discovered his trove of videos, which, at the time it was found, contained more than 37,000 files of child pornography.
Chapter 10. Rounds of Questioning.
His walls were lined with these photographs of gymnasts, Olympic gymnasts, with handwritten thank yous and everything. And it was just like you were in the presence of this superhuman.
In 2014, Amanda Tomashow went to see Larry for sports injuries she'd mostly sustained from cheerleading. She was 24 at the time, but she had known about him for years, partially through her younger sister, who was a Twistars gymnast. Amanda had also seen Larry when she was in high school. And even back then, Amanda had felt something about Larry's demeanor was a little bit strange.
He examined me and he was really handsy, but the way that he talked about how my arches were really high, which meant that my knees were going in, which meant my hips were going in. The way that he presented everything, he sounded like a medical genius as well. And so he sent me to physical therapy to work on my issues. He said that I was butt dumb and that I needed to work on my glutes. And he made a huge point of poking my glutes and touching them a lot.
Larry liked to call girls butt dumb or dumb butt. Multiple survivors have said he used that phrase with them. There is a medically valid issue associated with this language, but like the way Larry misused the idea of pelvic floor treatment, he would misuse the idea of being butt dumb as an excuse to physically violate patients.
And then he sent me to physical therapy. And then a few weeks later, I broke my ankle and my leg. And then I tried to walk it off and broke my foot. And then I didn't see him again until I was 24.
She knew he was a little weird, but by that point, Amanda was desperate.
When I went back to him in 2014, I had been walking around with a limp for a long time because of all the breaks. And I had ignored it to the point of not really being able to live comfortably anymore. And I was also in the process of finishing up all of my med school prereqs. I figured if I was going to be a doctor, I should probably go to the doctor. I knew he had been weird, but my back hurt so bad. My hip hurt so bad. And it was just I could not function anymore.
Amanda says this time around, it quickly became clear that Larry was being inappropriate.
But I just kept telling myself that I was misreading things. And then he sent the resident out of the room.
And I just had this moment of like pure terror. Like I was alone with him now. And then he assaulted me and I told him no. And I ended up pushing him off of me. I told him he was hurting me. All of the things that you're supposed to do to end an assault. And when I finally pushed him off of me, he scurried to the corner and hid himself because he was aroused. And then I just had this, you hear about fight or flight, but there's also freeze. You're like, you don't know what to do. And I was just like, I need to get myself out of this room alive because this guy just sexually assaulted me. I don't know what else he's capable of. Just get out of here alive. Do whatever you have to do to get out. And so after he calmed himself down, he came over, sat down, and wanted to, because I was just sitting there on the chair, like in disbelief. And he wanted to schedule a follow-up. And I told him, no, I work a lot. I'm really busy. I can't schedule a follow-up. And his computer froze. And I was like, it's okay. I'll call back. I'll figure it out later. And it's like, no, he got really anxious, started messing around with the mouse, freaked out because his computer was frozen. And then while he was trying to get his computer to work again, he told me that if I was ever on my period, he would be able to work around it. And that is the moment I realized that this is something he did. And all the gymnasts on the walls that were smiling at me, all of a sudden, they weren't smiling anymore. They were in pain. And I realized they were too young to know.
Larry finally got his computer to work.
And then I just booked it out. And then I called back the next day. I spoke to a woman and I told her I would not be coming back for my follow-up because the doctor had been very inappropriate with me, had violated me. And she said she would write it off as a not necessary appointment. So that's the first person I reported it to at MSU, and she didn't do anything. So at that point, I knew that more had to be done. And I talked to my therapist about it, and she was horrified, which kind of reconfirmed that I had really been sexually assaulted. So I knew it was going to be complicated. And I wanted to go right to the police right away, but I didn't have the support in that decision. And I was met with a lot of questioning, and I was told by people that I really cared about that nobody would listen to me and that it would ruin my life and that it would follow me around for the rest of my life. And my name would always be tied to this. And I would spend the next few years fighting a battle that I would lose. And so I didn't report it to the police. I reported it to Dr. Kovan at MSU instead.
Dr. Jeffrey Kovan served as the director of sports medicine at Michigan State and worked as the team doctor for the school's basketball, soccer, track, and softball teams. In other words, he was a superior to Larry and knew him well from their time together working with the university's athletes. He is still employed by Michigan State and through a spokesperson declined to comment.
I called Dr. Kovan, and first I called the MSU directory to get his home phone number because there was no way I was going to risk calling the office and having the message intercepted. So I called his home phone. I left a message on his home phone voicemail explaining that I had had a really bad appointment with the doctor and I needed to talk to him. He called me back right away, wanted to set up a meeting, was willing to meet with me at 7:00 in the morning so that there was no chance of seeing Larry. And I went and I met with him in his office and I told him what happened. And he told me that if I felt like I had been violated, I had been violated. And he was going to contact HR and start to put things into motion, and they would be calling me back soon. And he also, in the appointment, mentioned that Larry's Facebook had been shut down by Facebook because they thought that he was a predator based on how many underage followers and friends he had. and kind of joked with me about it and was like, oh yeah, even Facebook gets the wrong idea about him sometimes. I was like, it sounds like he's a predator.
I asked Facebook about this for a New York Magazine story about Larry Nassar's online life. A spokesperson for Facebook said that they typically don't comment on specific cases, but someone familiar with Larry's Facebook activity confirmed that his account was suspended in 2011, yet he was able to create 2 more and an Instagram account anyway.
I don't trust Facebook for a lot of things, but they were right about that. So I couldn't believe that I honestly was shocked that he even told me that. I thought that was so incredibly inappropriate. But I thought maybe he believed me and that's why he was sharing this with me. And I was wrong. He didn't believe me.
Amanda says Dr. Kovan told her that he would report her complaint to HR.
And then I lived on campus. So I was a maybe 7-minute drive away from the office. And by the time that I got back to my house, he was calling me as I was getting out of the car, and he was calling me to tell me that he'd already talked to HR, and I think he said it was somebody named Amanda that was going to call me. It's like, oh, that's easy to remember. And then days turned into weeks, which turned into about a month. And I finally got a phone call from Christine Moore, and she wanted to follow up about a complaint I had made about an uncomfortable appointment.
Amanda's complaint triggered a Title IX investigation, which is a process laid out by the U.S. Department of Education for handling sexual assault complaints. While there may be some overlap with law enforcement, this is a separate investigation that the school undertakes to try and figure out what happened and what, if any, action the university should take as a result. But things were already getting muddled.
They didn't tell me it was a Title IX investigation.
At the time, Amanda didn't even really know what a Title IX investigation was.
I didn't know much about what was going on. It wasn't my job. I was just trying to report a sexual assault.
When Amanda started to tell Christine Moore the details of her appointment with Larry, Christine asked her to come in for an in-person interview.
Then it became clear that she had not gotten all of the information. So I realized that Dr. Kovan had covered for Larry. And then when I got to the meeting, she told me that she had also invited a police officer, which the more that I learned about Title IX, they actually have to tell you that first. They have to give you the option of having a police involved, but I was not given that option. So Valerie O'Brien, the officer, showed up, and then I had to tell them all of the gory details of the appointment, and they got out a little diagram, and they had me point to where I was touched on the diagram, and then they needed to know if I had told anybody else about the appointment, and they wanted all my friends' names that I had talked to, and just to verify my story. They wanted a victim statement, and they looked horrified, genuinely horrified when I told them what he did, because he didn't just touch me in one place. He put his hand up my shirt and then down my pants, and then he touched my vagina. And technically, according to medical texts, he penetrated me, and I stopped him, but he sexually assaulted me. And then he had a boner about it. And I told them all of those things, even that he wouldn't let me leave until I scheduled a follow-up. I told them about the period comment. I told them that he made a comment to me while he was groping my breast about how my boyfriend needed to give me better massages. I told them everything, and they seemed concerned.
The Michigan State Police then brought in Larry for questioning. This was a big deal. A decade after the Bree Randall accusations with the Meridian Township nearby, he was once again in the hot seat. For the first time in 10 years, the authorities had Larry in their crosshairs.
I want to make sure that this gets resolved so that there's better understanding. Okay, that to me, everything else is irrelevant. It's good to talk. It's good to talk.
In the video of those conversations, which came through a Freedom of Information Act request, Larry is clad in an army green shirt, khaki shorts, and sandals. A large map hangs on the wall. He fires up his laptop and sits down at a desk across from a female officer, Valerie O'Brien. He mentions his autism foundation, that he had just had lunch with the dean recently, and that his decision to come and speak with the police was totally voluntary.
So it's hard because I'm used to being on the other side. I'm the advocate, you know what I mean?
Then Larry launches into an impassioned defense of his techniques. He says things like this.
There's no question I was touching her in private areas. That's what I do.
And this.
For me, I'm a type of doctor that spends, believe it or not, 30 minutes is the quickest appointment that you're going to have with me. Okay. It's 30 to 60 minutes. Okay. Because I do a lot of hands-on and I do a lot of mentoring. In her situation, that's why I'm beating myself up. I'm like, where did I go wrong? Why did I not know that she was uncomfortable? That's the bizarre thing to me. Okay. It doesn't, that's why I'm like, what signs was I missing?
That's what we're here for today, obviously, right?
Yeah.
That's two sides to every story.
Right. What didn't I feel or perceive that she was feeling that I didn't get? Because if you touch someone wrong, they should tighten up. If you touch someone, you know, and this is what I lecture on too, it's like if you do something that's inappropriate, their body reflexively is going to respond. And I didn't sense anything like that.
Similar to what happened in Meridian Township, Larry shows images on his laptop to the officer, once again lacing it with medical jargon. She sits quietly as he talks.
I do this on minors, you know what I mean, with the parent in the room, of course, but you have to be able to communicate, you have to be able to sense what the heck is going on, and why I didn't get that feeling from her is beyond me. She did not vocalize anything to me that she was feeling offended.
Once again, Larry says he's the one fighting for athletes.
If she felt that way, I would encourage her to say things. You know, if she were to talk to me, you know, to say that some doctor did something, I said, you need to discuss this. You know what I mean? Because I am more of the patient advocate than anything else. It's my role. That's me. I don't know how else to say it. It's like to be able to do this stuff, and to be able to do this stuff for so long. If you don't have patient confidence and patient trust, you would have been having my ass in here how many times? Right. Okay, especially when I'm doing this on 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, okay, with their parents there. But I'm obviously doing a doggone good job explaining things.
When the investigator asks if there have been complaints in the past, Larry says that when there were complaints, the person complaining had a history of sexual abuse. In other words, it was them, not him.
Okay, if someone's tensing up or having an issue with this, my first inclination is, were they ever sexually abused?
As the conversation goes on, Larry gets fidgety. He stutters. He says that touching a woman's chest is just like giving a mammogram. He tries to say that there's a discussion during the procedure.
I always do, you know, because I have to know if it's making them feel better. That's why I'm like, is that bad? Because okay, if that doesn't work, I'm going to change my hand position. If that doesn't work, it has to be a conversation. I'm not omnipotent. I mean, it is clear in my mind that obviously I was doing those techniques and trying to explain to her as I'm going through it. And, you know, so I'm like, well, obviously, you know, there's going to be a disconnect that occurred. And how come I wasn't aware of that disconnect?
I wonder how it went down for R. Kelly. What were the lines of questioning for him? What were his responses when they investigated him? They had to have questioned him, right? I wonder what that interrogation was like. I'm very curious to know.
That's going to be my big issue that I have to wrestle with, is why didn't I understand that at that time I had a patient feeling that way?
As many women have said, Larry did not practice basic consent procedures. In the video, he is asked about the resident coming in and out of the room and whether or not he was left alone with a patient. He says it happens, but then says this whole experience, well, it's made him feel like the victim. It's a staggering pivot.
That's my big issue that I got, because that's from in here. It's like, what? Wake up. You know what I mean? That'll never leave me. Okay. That's my self-torture, I guess you could say. That, yes, she was victimized. Yes, I was victimized to myself. Okay. Because.
Wait. Did you hear him just say, this is the R. Kelly move? They're victims? No, I'm a victim. I'm the victim. They're not victims. I'm the victim. Get the F out of here with your buffale and all that lying ass stuff you're doing. Stop it. I'm glad this guy is in jail and never coming out. Never. Right. What was his responses? What? I want to know. I wish to God that we could get those reports. I wonder if we can get those reports. I'm going to try to research that shit. But that's the reason he made them write those self-incriminating letters. Exactly. Collateral. Just like Keith Raniere. Keith Raniere did the same thing to those girls and made them do collateral. He did those things for a reason. Yeah, scream victims.
Hurting someone like that ain't right. Okay, it's not right. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. That's why that hurts me to hurt her, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following you.
Larry also adds that maybe procedures should change.
And so it's got to change, because it's done. All this years of work is done. Flush it.
Eventually, the detective tells Larry he can go.
A few days after Larry was questioned, Amanda received a phone call and was brought in to talk to Christine Moore. She expected some kind of resolution to her complaint.
She told me that they had talked to 4 female experts in the field, and that all 4 of the women they spoke with agreed that what he did was purely medical. And though none of the women they spoke with would do exactly what he did, no gloves, no consent, no spotter in the room, what he did was fine. And that Larry didn't remember the appointment, but he was horrified that I had felt so violated, and he felt really bad. And then she showed me the diagram and explained that where he touched me was medical. So I was like, okay, so this is it. And I felt really stupid. And then she gave me information on like support groups for victims of sexual assault, which I thought was a weird twist if I hadn't been sexually assaulted. But she gave me the literature, and then she just apologized over and over. She told me she was so sorry. There was nothing more she could do, and she was so sorry. And then I told her, no, you're not sorry. And I stormed out of the room and I slammed the door. And then I emailed Valerie O'Brien right away, something along the lines of, well, Christine just told me the investigation's over. I guess you won't need my impact statement anymore. And I'll make sure that I note in the future, if a doctor that isn't a gynecologist touches my genitals without consent, I'll know that it's definitely medical. Like, sorry for the misunderstanding. And she emailed me back right away. She said, I was not aware that Christine Moore was telling you this. We do want your impact statement. We are still investigating. And I was very confused, but I was also at that point pretty done. I just was so embarrassed. I felt so stupid. I just felt like running away and never being on MSU's campus again. I couldn't go back to doctors. I knew I had been assaulted. It was so obvious. It was so clear. And then for them to redress it and turn it into a situation where I was wrong and I didn't understand when all of the signs pointed directly to sexual assault. I just was so confused. It was so confusing, and I just felt so stupid.
What Amanda didn't know at the time was the doctors who told investigators that Larry's treatments were okay had been hand-selected by Larry. Here's Jessica O'Byrne of Gymnastics.
Who are your buddies who will stick up for you? Okay, you can have them on the commission. So everyone more or less found that everything he was doing was medically necessary, which is insane. It's just crazy that they cleared him.
Michigan State's president at the time, Luana Simon, reportedly attended a meeting concerning Amanda's Title IX complaint about Larry just days after Amanda's claim. Luana Simon later told law enforcement that she heard that a complaint had been made about a sports medicine doctor, but not that it was Larry specifically. The police would later say that was not consistent with agenda items, notes, and other documents they found that indicated she had been briefed on an investigation that did name Larry. Ultimately, Amanda's Title IX complaint was closed with nothing more than a stern warning to Larry to follow certain standard practices, like having a resident in the room and wearing gloves. One of his supervisors, William Strample, a dean at the Michigan State School of Osteopathic Medicine, reminded Larry of these protocols, but he apparently did nothing to enforce them. So by now, at least 10 people had complained about Larry to various authorities. He was still on the job. Meanwhile, the women he abused changed their lives completely.
I thought I was going to be a doctor, and then I went to see Larry, and all of a sudden I couldn't be around doctors. And I figured there was no way that I was going to be able to be in a profession where I literally couldn't be alone in a room with another doctor. And I also at that point was really scared of men. So I was working at Victoria's Secret at the time, and I realized, I was like, okay, this is it. I'm just going to stay here. I don't have to deal with men. I'm only going to work with women, surrounded by women, only female customers. This is perfect. And I just was pretty much set. And then I moved to California. I worked at Victoria's Secret out there. I moved back. I switched over to Loft because I realized my closet was full of sweatpants and t-shirts and I needed to upgrade a little. So I found another store where most of my customers would be women, and I only really worked with women.
But even with her new life, Amanda says she couldn't totally escape Larry.
He was the trainer at my baby sister's gym. I had to see him at competitions or meets, at gymnastics meets. And my family wasn't the most understanding about it. So I had to be there, and I had to see the man that abused me. But at that point, I also just felt so humiliated and small that I just didn't want him to see me. I felt so stupid. It just keeps coming back to that. I felt so dumb.
What happened to Amanda also, in retrospect, confirms Rachel Denhollander's suspicion and what Larissa Boyce, Kyle Stevens, and others had experienced firsthand. No one would believe her if she complained about Larry. Here's Rachel.
This is how society responds to abuse. That if someone speaks up, they are silenced. They're intimidated. It rarely goes to the proper channels. It rarely gets reported to authorities. And the end result is that abusers continue having access to children, often for decades, and they have hundreds of victims before they're caught.
Hundreds of victims before they're caught. They do this for decades. Does that sound familiar? Patterns of behavior. They do it for decades. As long as they see they can get away with it, they will continue to do it.
Meanwhile, Larry started to tell people that he was stepping down as the national medical coordinator for USA Gymnastics, but he would still continue working with the U.S. national team.
So I worked in a space in the medical field where I was at a trade show at Michigan State Osteopathic Medicine. So I was a vendor at a trade show, and Larry was the keynote speaker.
After Larry had announced he was leaving his post, he saw his longtime family friend and patient, TYHE Nassar, at a trade show in their home state. TYHE and Larry went back to the early days of Great Lakes Gymnastics and she had remained a close friend of the Nassar family, even as she traveled the world.
I'm a slight gypsy. I lived in Italy and then was in India and then Australia and then Africa. So for like 10 years, I was in and out of the country, and they would be like 2 years at a time. I would be gone, and then I'd be back for a certain amount of time. But you're doing all this traveling, you're on airplanes, you're backpack, whatever. I would message Larry and say, I have hurt my shoulder. And he'd say, because I didn't have insurance because I wasn't living here in the States, so I didn't have insurance. So he'd just tell me, meet me at this competition and, I'll work on you. And I'd find him and I'd be on his table, all these other athletes who are competing. And then there's this like random chick who's in street clothes, like, Larry. And he would, fix me and work on me and look at my shoulder or help my back or adjust me or check my hips. It was like family, like a person that was like my doctor, but my bestie kind of person.
At that trade show where she saw him in 2014, Larry was speaking about the leakage that can occur when an athlete participates in a high-impact sport, one of the conditions that might lead a person to seek out the valid form of pelvic floor therapy.
Marathon runners, ice skaters, gymnasts, pole vaulting even in some sense, that the urethra isn't strong enough. And so sometimes when you have these hard impacts, you pee. And he was talking about, because that's very gymnastics. I mean, we would at like 10 be wearing pads because you never wanted to have a wet spot in your leotard after vault. So it's a very common thing, but it's not like a nice thing. You don't want to talk about it. So he was talking about it to all these doctors. And after the session, because he had me up on the table and was showing these doctors hips and such, and because he was talking about this general area of an athlete.
Trinae had seen Larry's retirement announcement on Facebook. And so after the demonstration, she brought it up with him.
And I'm like, Larry, like, why are you leaving why are you leaving sports medicine? What's going on? And he's like, well, I've actually decided I'm going to 100% of my time focus on children with autism. I'm going to focus solely on the Flip for Autism and study autism. And at that moment, I was like, wow, that's so like, he's gotten all this fame, he's done all of this, and now he's going to do what's best for his family and focus on children that have autism. Like, how amazing. Looking back, I'm realizing, wow, all these girls and athletes are starting to piece things together, and he's getting sloppy. You don't go in and have a vaginal treatment for an ankle injury. Come on. So he's starting to get caught. So now he's going to focus all of his attention and time on people that maybe can't speak and children that can't talk and say something. So I would say that's probably when I get the most angry.
So that is the story of the monster Larry Nassar. This is part 1. There will be a part 2. If you guys want me to do a part 2, you guys want me to do a part 2, or was this too much? Let me know. Because like I said, this is just a sample of the book. This isn't actually the whole book. If you guys would like to purchase the book, go to Audible. You can listen to the reader read, or go to any bookstore and you can copy a hardcover, or get it to your Kindle. Yes, you guys want me to do the part 2? Okay, and in the part 2, I'm also going to present the hearing that they took to the Senate to probe the FBI that didn't do their job in investigating Larry Nassar and the Gymnastics USA. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'll definitely do a part 2. Maybe I'll come on later on tonight. Let's see how it goes. All right. You guys know how I am already. Y'all know how a diva is. A diva's always late. But I'm gonna take you guys out with a video that someone sent me. One of my girls sent me to check out, and I found this to be very interesting, and I think it's a good thing that happened. Let me stop sharing my screen. I'm going to share my other screen. And the title of this video is called Amid R. Kelly Trial, Signs of Hope in Las Vegas Has Opened Doors. So it's about a domestic violence, and it's a shelter. And I figure I'd give you guys this information for those who are have gone through some type of domestic violence or abuse. You can reach out to them. I'm going to put the link to the video in the chat. So for anyone who would like to reach out to Hope, it's there. And you're welcome, guys. Yes, I did tell her. I did tell her, babe. I did tell her. She knows everybody. I showed her my whole Facebook thing too. So, okay. You're very welcome, guys. Very welcome. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know, this is very, very emotional. And being a victim and a survivor myself, this is triggering for me. But it's also healing, you know, to know that I am not alone, and to know that to learn what it was that I went through. You know, I didn't understand. I always thought it was my fault. I thought I was the bad girl. I thought it was me being a fast ass little girl and things of this nature, that people put self-blame on themselves. And then there's victim shaming, and people don't want to believe you, and you're afraid of what people are going to react when you do say something. Are they going to believe me? Are they going to get mad? Is my mom going to hit me and say I'm doing bad things and I shouldn't be around boys or men, or you know, you don't know. So, and then it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You feel ashamed. You feel dirty. You don't know how many times every time I got abused, I had to jump in the shower and I would just scrub myself off till I felt like I couldn't scrub myself anymore. It got to a point where I started using wash rags and scrub pads, and I still felt dirty, and I just felt like I couldn't get them off of me. It was very hard. Very hard. And yes, this is hard for victims, but it is very necessary to inform. Joy, go home. Like I said, if you don't go home, just get out of there. Live your life. Eventually, I know you and your family will heal. You will heal. I understand that you're a little upset with them because of the way they did things. I get it. I'd be mad too, but I wouldn't stop loving my family. And I still wouldn't stop wanting them to be there for me. And I think you want the same. I know you're feeling alone. I know you're feeling alone. I had wrote to Joy, who I think is Joy, but I don't know if it's Joy. Whoever it is that's running that page. I just felt like I needed to say something. I'll read that to you the next live. I had wrote it a couple of months back. I wrote to her. So I'm going to take you out with this video. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting victims and survivors of abuse around the world. It's not just in the R. Kelly sector, it's around the world. And we support them. And we understand you and we believe you. Okay, let me go to the video.
Signs of Hope. It was formerly the Rape Crisis Center, but it says that high-profile tries like these can be triggers for many survivors. It's never too late, you know. Enforce that we have support in multiple Signs of Hope. It was formerly the Rape Crisis Center, but it says that high-profile tries like these can be triggers for many survivors. It's never too late, you know, no matter how long ago the experience was. If this feels like the right time for you to reach out and get support, we really encourage people to do so. And, you know, just want to reinforce that we have support in multiple languages and for survivors of every gender, every age, every background. Signs of Hope has a 24/7 support crisis line, text support, online chat, and Facebook and Twitter. You can find everything you need on the links page of our website at foxivegas.com.
Thank you guys for all your support, for supporting me, supporting the victims. And if Flawless says that if you would like to donate or support Lizette's Safe House, her Cash App is $LOAL0413. And thank you guys. I love you too. I love you too. I love yous all. We need to get this information out there, you know? Support the girls. Let them know that we're here. We're here in support. There's not much that we can do, but all we can do is support. We are not going to get involved in this case like that unless it's absolutely necessary to where the point where we see that there is Intimidating Tactics. Bye, Mama. Have fun, okay? I love you, sweetie. Use the bathroom. Use the bathroom before you go. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. My daughter's going out to eat with her aunt and her cousins. They're taking her out for her birthday. So, yes, everyone, please have a blessed day. And like I said, I'll come back with another part 2. And yeah, we need to compare. I'm gonna try to do another live talking about inappropriate lyrics and songs, and we're gonna compare and look at R. Kelly's lyrics and his songs, as well as other artists who created songs about teenagers. Okay. So, guys, do me a favor. Y'all already know. Hit that like button, y'all. If you are not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell on the side. Put it on all. Thank you very much. And don't forget, y'all, if you would like to hit a sister's Cash App, my Cash App is $ Diva Divine Light. Donations are appreciated. They help keep the channel going. And if you would like to Zelle me, I have Zelle as well. The number's scrolling on the bottom of the screen here. If you would like to PayPal me, my PayPal is Diva Divine Light as well. And as you guys know, we are going to keep our foot on R. Kelly's neck. His sentencing is May 4th, 2020. We have a couple of more weeks to go for that. And then his trial for the Northern District of Illinois is August 1st, 2022. And if you guys would like to donate to our brother, Larry, we hold him down over here. Please Cash App $ Cuphead 40. Thank you, guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Peace.